and then I'll go in on Wednesday and attempt to not burn down the school building.
Oh gosh. All right, we're live.
Yeah, I just flipped over to YouTube. Wednesday. We're not recording, so don't worry.
Okay. All right, we're live.
Yeah, I just flipped over to YouTube. We're not recording, so.
Just checking my audio. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. President Close, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
I can. We do have quorum, so whenever you're ready, we can go ahead and start.
All right. Hang on. Real quickly here. Okay. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, I suppose. Trying to get my agenda place here. Why am I missing pages? Let me switch to the website real quickly so I can walk us through. So item.
Swanson, welcome to our new president. President.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Member Swanson. Thank you, Jim. How you doing? All right, let's go ahead and start with item A, Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. We just had our item B. So we'll go ahead and move on to roll call. Roll call.
President Close,
Here.
Vice President Montier,
Here.
Superintendent Hoffman, Mr. Chimoni, Ms. Barr,
Here.
Dr. Crockett,
Present.
Ms. Foster,
Here.
Mr. Ruiz,
Here.
Mr. Stratton,
Here.
Vice President Close, I believe you have quorum.
Right.
Aaron, we missed Dr. Crockett.
Oh, sorry, thought I said Dr. Crockett.
I'm sorry, I'm here.
Thank you.
Jim Swanson's here also.
Oh, sorry, that's who I was missing. Thank you.
Very good. All right, thank you, Aaron. Okay, moving on, superintendent's report. Ashley, there's no report, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, we'll move on to item E, executive director's report.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. President Close, Vice President Montier, and board members. I'm excited to be here with all of you. I know it's an exciting day for many of our items on the agenda. But just wanted to start off with giving you a brief explanation of what's going on with our legal matters that we currently have ongoing. As of right now, we have 3 ongoing legal matters. One is for Pinnacle Education Keno, which the board did issue a notice of intent to revoke. And both parties and their legal counsel are currently in ongoing discussion, and it has been placed on today's agenda. For Parkview Schools, Inc., the charter has notified board's legal counsel indicating that they would surrender their charter. So legal counsel will be working on that surrender agreement with the charter holder. Additionally, we do have a status update that is required to be filed with the Office of Administrative Hearings by January 3rd of 2023. Therefore, we should have additional information for you at the January meeting regarding that charter. With regard to Arizona Education Solutions, both parties and their legal counsel are in ongoing discussions. And board members, as of right now, that is all that I have to report for legal matters, but happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Ashley? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on. Thanks, Ashley.
You're welcome. As an update for unapproved amendments, sorry, President Close, we do have one more item under the executive report.
Okay.
We did not have any surrender agreements or Arizona online instruction amendments for approval this past month since our last November meeting. But the board did have 39 amendments that I have approved, and those are just more of our general amendment requests, updates to contracts for charter holder governance, school governing boards, change in school civic, change in grades, that type of thing. But I did approve 39 amendments in the past month or so. Our board staff on our A team has been very busy, and they have completed 4 school reviews for the 5 and 10-year interval review and 1 renewal review. They have also completed 10 pop-in visits since our last board meeting. And with that, President Close, that is all I have to report under the executive director's report.
All right. Thank you, Ashley. And any questions for Ashley? Any other questions? No? Hearing none. All right. Moving on to call to the public, item F. So we have 6 requests that are going to fall under items J2 and J5. So at the appropriate time, each person will have 2 minutes to address the board during the specific agenda items. Once we get to the agenda item, we'll ask those to submit it to speak. The staff will do a presentation. The applicant may address the board. Okay. You know, I apologize. Was there any other housekeeping? Okay. I apologize. I'm going to roll back to pre-roll call here to do a little housekeeping. So board members, please stay muted, and after each agenda item, we'll allow for an open discussion and dialogue first, and then Ashley may go through roll call to see if any member has an additional comment or question, if needed, to ensure each board member is heard. And please state your name before you speak. All charters and applicants on the agenda, please stay muted until your item is considered. We will ask the charter if the charter is available, and if so, the charter can unmute themselves at that time. And just as a reminder, the general public is viewing the meeting via live stream. So housekeeping taken care of. Moving on to agenda item G, consent agenda. Is there any motion?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute. I move to approve the consent agenda as presented. This is Jessica Montier.
And this is Tim Stratton. I will second.
Okay, motion made by Vice President Montier and seconded by Member Stratton. Roll call, please.
Absolutely. Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right. Now moving on to item H, replication application. Shannon, I believe you're presenting.
Good morning. Yes, I am. Good morning, President Close, Vice President Montier, and members of the board. Basis Charter Schools, Inc., entity ID 91949, submitted an application to replicate its charter, which has been in operation since 2013. If approved, the new charter will be held by the same entity as the existing charter and will hold a contract with the same education service provider. The proposed school, Basis Phoenix North, will serve students in grades K through 12 in Phoenix and has a target start date of July 1st, 2024. The charter will have an enrollment cap of 550 students. I am available for questions if you have any. President Close, I believe you're muted.
I am muted. Thank you. Are there any questions for Shannon? Hearing none. All right, we'll go ahead and I'll leave myself unmuted, I think, the whole time. Is there a representative from the applicant?
President Close, if I may, I apologize. There is a typo on the introduction. The charter would have an enrollment cap of 1,000. The 550 is for year 3. I apologize for that.
1,550, is that?
1,000 for year 3 and beyond, with a proposed cap of 550 in year 3. I apologize for that error.
Year 3 and beyond, okay. Thank you, Rachel. Is there a representative from the applicant here?
Hi, yes. Good morning, President Close and members of the board. Want to make sure
Good
you
morning.
can hear me?
Can hear you.
Great, thank you. I'm Deanna Rowe. I'm the Executive Director for BASIS Charter Schools. With me today is Shannon Chavez, our Director of Compliance and also a charter representative for the BASIS Arizona Schools. And joining us also is Kristen Jordison, who serves as a Regional Director for BASIS. We're pleased to be here today and thank you for considering our replication application. I also want to thank the board staff for their support in the submission of this proposal. BASIS Charter Schools has 22 schools operating across Arizona. Our last expansion project in Arizona was in 2018. Our enrollment across the state is now over 15,000 students attending many of the state's and the nation's highest performing schools. Our proposal today is for a growing area in North Phoenix, stimulated by the development of the much promoted Taiwan Semiconductor Plant, or TSMC as it's frequently referred to in the news. We would like to serve the families who will eventually be commuting to the new plant north of I-17 at Loop 303 and the neighborhoods developing along the Dove Valley area. And for those of us that live in the area, also Norterra. Our closest schools are Peoria and Peoria Primary, with a combined wait list of about 1,000 students. We're very excited about this project and the potential to serve additional families, and we're happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? I think it's pretty straightforward.
President Close.
Dr. Crockett.
Dr. Crockett, I just wanted to thank BASIS for its continued expansion. It's an excellent and well-run school, charter school. And I'm going to clearly be in favor of this. So I want to wish you great success in advance of this motion.
Thank you, Dr. Crockett. Any other questions or comments from the board?
President Close, Jim Swanson.
Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Deanna, welcome. Thank you for coming in front of us. This is obviously, we know how you guys are going to do. Can you tell me a little bit about the market and how you guys may be able to serve kids that are underserved, that potentially could have a need for other wraparound services, or I'm guessing you're going to be at this pretty high income area, and will you have the ability or the desire to bring kids in that maybe don't fit the traditional BASIS mold?
Certainly, Member Swanson, thank you so much for the question. We serve a variety of demographics across Arizona and across the country. We have schools that are operating in the Baton Rouge, Louisiana area that are Title I schools. We also have a Title I and high FRL population in Washington, D.C. Our program is open to any student who is looking for an opportunity to have access to a curriculum and the programs that BASIS Charter School provides. We provide all of the services. We follow all of the requirements of the law. We welcome families from diverse demographics and all kinds of educational needs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If there are none, is there a motion?
This is Jessica. I move based on the information contained in the board materials and presented today to approve the request to grant the replication charter requested by Basis Charter Schools entity ID 91949 to establish the school Basis Phoenix North serving grades K through 12. And Rachel, please correct me if I'm wrong here, with an enrollment cap of 1,000. Was that correct? Because it's 1,550 in year 3, right?
No, it is 1,000 total. That is the total. That's why I caught it when the intro was read, because I wrote the motion language. I was like, that doesn't match. Something is off. So that's why I wanted to fix. So 1,000 is correct. Your motion is correct.
1,000. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Jessica. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Member Stratton. All right, let's go ahead and take a vote.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson. Sorry, Mr. Swanson.
Oh, aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you all. You're doing a very good job. Thank you. Moving on to item I, good cause extension. Rachel?
Yes, good morning, President Close, Vice President Montier, and board members. Explore Academy Peoria has submitted a request to the board for a good cause extension. The entity's new charter application was approved by the board in December of 2021. Unfortunately, due to delays caused by facility negotiations, Explore Academy Peoria is requesting an extension for the signing and execution of its charter contract in order to finalize executing a lease for the currently chosen facility, or to search for a new facility if negotiations for the current facility fail. The filed extension request meets all of the expectations and requirements outlined in rule for such a request. I'm available for questions if you have any, and I know there is a representative here to speak to the request as well if needed.
Okay. Any questions for Rachel from the board? If not, we'll go ahead and listen to the representative from Explore Academy.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. We would like to respectfully request an extension. The facility we are pursuing, which we feel is going to be our long-term home. They had a change in ownership this fall semester, and so the negotiations that we had been proceeding down one path took a shift when ownership changed, and so we had to somewhat start over, but we're in the closing phases. But unfortunately, we couldn't get everything wrapped up by the time materials had to be submitted for this meeting. So we hopefully won't be too long before we bring the final approval back to you here soon.
Thank you. I think that's a very reasonable situation and circumstance for us to consider. Any other questions or comments from the board?
This is Carlos Reese. So you're saying that you just need a little more time. You're not moving. Well, I guess any negotiation can go sideways or something. But the intent right now is to stay with the facility that you have, that you're going to be. You think that's
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We would like this to be our long-term facility, but again, negotiations as they are until everything's agreed upon and signed and has gone through legal review. We want to just leave our options open. But yes, it is our full intention to pursue the facility and have this be the lease that we enter into here very soon.
Good. Any other questions or comments from the board? Excuse me. If not, is there a motion?
This is Jessica. I move, based on the information contained in the board materials and presented today, to approve the request to grant a good cause extension to Explore Academy Peoria to December 1st, 2023 for the signing and execution of their charter contract.
Very good. Thank you, Jessica. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Member Stratton. Go ahead and take the vote, please.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck. All right, now we get into the meat of our December meeting and the Rachel Show, new charter applications.
All right. So before we dive into our first actual applicant, I'm going to give you some background information about the application cycle. This is a great time to take a sip of your coffee. At its February meeting, the board approved its 2022 application for a new charter. Each year, the board approves updated expectations and criteria for applicants. In March and April, board staff provided training for applicants to outline the process, changes for the cycle, and answer questions about the criteria and expectations for each of the required plans. Applicants were required to submit applications by a deadline of June 1st, 2022. The applicants before you today have likely been working on these applications for a year and many for much longer. After submission, application packages were reviewed by board staff for administrative completeness, which includes ensuring that all materials are present and ready for review and that the application fee has been submitted. After the administrative review, applications were forwarded to the technical review panel, also known as the TRP, to undergo the substantive review of the application package. Individuals for the TRP are recruited from across the country. Applicants for the TRP submit resumes and written responses related to TRP qualifications. Board staff reviews these resumes and written responses and chooses top candidates with expertise in charter school business, operations, and academics. Once these individuals are chosen, teams of 3 are formed to review applications. Board staff strives to ensure that the experience on these teams is well balanced in each of the 3 areas that were previously mentioned. Additionally, board staff attempts to assign teams to applications in which they may have greater expertise. For example, if an application indicates that the applicant will serve an alternative population, we try to assign the application to a team with experience and expertise with that population or specifically chosen model. Additionally, applications and team members are reviewed to ensure that any potential conflicts are avoided. For example, if an applicant intends to open a certain city, the team is comprised of individuals that do not have charters in that city or surrounding areas and are not currently looking to expand to that area. These processes help to ensure that each team reviewing an application is doing so objectively and without conflict. The board's criteria for substantive completeness is defined in the publicly released new charter application instructions that were approved by the board. Using rubrics, the TRP reviews the application packages against the criteria set by the board, first through independent individual reviews, then through a consensus process that includes all 3 team members. Board staff sits in on these consensus calls to clarify statutes, rules, and criteria, and to ensure an understanding of the TRP's discussions and rationale for their determined ratings. For applications that include the intent to have an AOI or an Arizona Online Instruction Program, there are 3 of those on the agenda today. The AOI components were forwarded to Rio Salado for their review. The criteria used by Rio Salado are in the application instructions and are consistent with the criteria used to evaluate AOI packages for existing charters in the portfolio. After this initial review, the completed rubrics are released to the applicants, and they are given the opportunity to revise and resubmit their application packages based on the feedback provided by the TRP and Rio Salado, if applicable. During the time between the release of the rubric and the resubmission, board staff is available to applicants to answer questions about ratings, clarify TRP feedback, and provide technical assistance regarding the revision and resubmission process. All of the applicants before you today reached out to board staff during this time and met with board staff virtually to gain clarification and discuss anything they had questions about regarding scoring and rationale. When the application packages were resubmitted, they went through a final evaluation by the review teams utilizing the same criteria. And once again, these rubrics, which include feedback, are provided to applicants. If an application is substantively complete, meaning it scores a 95% or above in all 3 plans, it automatically proceeds to the interview. Only one of the applications before you today was substantively complete, and that is Heartwood AZ. All the other applicants requested for their substantively incomplete applications to proceed to the capacity interviews. The TRP then conducts a capacity interview with each applicant team. This opportunity is used to gain clarification on any areas of deficiency that still remain in the application, and also to assess the capacity of the applicant team. To do this, the TRP asks questions about the application itself, providing the applicant the opportunity to verbally address concerns the TRP may still have after review of the paper application, whether in areas that met the standard or those that did not. These questions may also relate to concerns the TRP has about the viability or sustainability of the applicant's plan. Additionally, the TRP may ask scenario-based questions to understand the capacity of the team and its ability to work through situations or problems that may arise with the plans described in the application. After these interviews, the TRP confers to determine whether to provide the board a recommendation to approve or deny each application package. The TRP uses the information from the paper application and the capacity interview to make this recommendation. Finally, the team leads, with input from their additional team members, write the recommendation reports using the information gathered from the application package, rubrics, and the capacity interview. These reports are included in the board materials you have before you today. As outlined, the new charter application process is one that is both rigorous and lengthy, with many levels of review conducted by qualified individuals. Before we move to the first application, are there any board members who have questions or comments about the process as described that I can answer or address?
I don't hear any questions, Rachel.
I don't either. I tried to be thorough.
Very good job. Mhm. All right,
And if you're ready for your first application,
let's do it.
all right. Albert Einstein Academy, Arizona has submitted a new charter application package to open Albert Einstein Academy, Arizona, serving grades K through 12 in Scottsdale. The proposed school would provide a STEAM model with a college preparatory focus and an emphasis on world language acquisition. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle. This is because the applicant's educational plan scored 90.56%, the operational plan scored 92.86%, and the business plan scored 83.64%. After receiving the final scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be approved. And I'm available for any questions if you have them.
Excuse me. Any questions for Rachel at this time? Okay. Hearing no questions from the board or comments, we'll go ahead and move on to the representative from the applicant. Is there a representative available?
Yes, me. I'm Donna Troisi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Donna Troisi, president of the Albert Einstein Academy Board, which we refer to as AEAZ. First, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your support and partnership on behalf of my entire board and staff to help bring our dream school come to fruition. I'm blessed with the most amazing board who work tirelessly to fulfill our vision to teach global connectivity through a STEAM-based college preparatory curriculum. Global connectivity is essential to the community of AEAZ, as we will be focusing on supporting diversity, inclusion, and acceptance through our World Languages and Culture program. As you read, we will be teaching Hebrew and Arabic, two languages identified as critical languages of study by the State Department. Today is a milestone on a journey of many years that now brings us together. Over the years, we have assembled a stellar board, and we have begun bringing on esteemed professional educators and the most experienced consultants in our community. We are deeply grateful for the support and guidance of the Arizona State Board of Charter School staff, as well as the TRP committee. They have recognized the quality of the charter application and support and highly recommend approval. Through their assessment, we will continue to work towards successful implementation of a program which, in their words, is providing a unique and exciting curricular choice for students. I would now like to introduce the board members, staff, and supporters that are here. I'm going to start with Carol Lippert, who is with has been an amazing STEAM consultant for us with Grand Canyon University. Board members Sanam Raza, and speaking about global connectivity, Sanam is currently visiting Pakistan and is joining us on this Zoom call. Howell Cheek, a board member, Donna Pfeffer, a board member, Claude Pensis, a board member, and Evan Tyrus, our founding principal. I will close by simply stating that we are a diverse family that has come together for a common goal. Jointly, we will make a profound difference by creating a supportive community which fosters a love of lifelong learning and is committed to making the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to make the comment that I was impressed with your application and the extra effort you really put into this year's application. And I'm looking forward to seeing, I will support you if the motion is made to receive a new charter, but we'll see. I just want to say I was really impressed with all the extra effort you put into this application this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from the board? Any other questions or comments from the board?
This is Jessica. I just have one quick question. With the languages that you're choosing, which are fantastic, by the way, and very unique, how do you plan to address students that have some difficulties learning other language? Maybe those are students that receive special education services or ESL students, any of that. How do you plan to address those students through your curriculum?
Evan, do you want to speak to that?
We will be working with every kid as individuals. We will be if in a worst case scenario, if they are by IEP unable to take a language, they will have other places where we will help them expand their education. We will always meet children where they are and how best we can help them.
Good, Jessica?
Good for me.
Thank you.
President
Good question.
President
Member
Close.
Swanson. Yes.
Hi, Ms. Triosi. Just a couple questions. One is, as you went through the TRP process, can you tell me what it was? You had fairly low scores on the initial, and then after the interview and all the work you did, you moved a lot. Can you tell me what that process was like and how that happened and why you think you were able to change?
So first and foremost, kudos to Carol Lippert, who we hired on as a consultant to really integrate the STEAM part of our curriculum. And I think that was, one of our weaknesses. So Carol's been a phenomenal partner in helping us. So I think that was huge. Evan also really jumped in and worked very hard to make sure that our educational philosophy was all aligned. And Howell Cheek, our treasurer, also worked tirelessly to make sure our budget was aligned. And those were the areas I think that we really needed to gain more knowledge, and we did it successfully.
Thank you. And then just, sorry, that was my phone. Tell me on the applicant background and summary, just you've got all these roles for principals. Describe how that's working and what that means.
So in year one, I mean, obviously, a lot of this depends on our enrollment, but we're very optimistic. But in year one, Evan is the founding principal. We are looking to hire because we are opening in kindergarten first, second, and 7th, 8th, and 9th in year one, we will be looking to hire a lead teacher / administrator to help because it's just way too much for one person to manage all that. And so that would be our goal in year one, if I answered your question correctly. You're muted. Sorry.
Sorry. Thank you. Well, so that would be dependent on growth.
Correct.
Okay. And and on the executive summary,
Member Swanson, it's Rachel. If I may, are you looking at pages 3 and 4 on the executive summary?
yeah.
Okay, so allow me to provide a little bit of clarification because we don't use this term very often. When we speak to charter principal, at this time, these are not functioning charters. And so we don't have what we would term to be a corporate board at this juncture in the same way that we do with what you typically see, which is your folks that are already operating. So these charter principals that are listed in the application executive summary, these are the folks that are going to serve on the board for this entity. They have one identified actual school principal. There you go. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You were speaking 2 different languages,
Yep,
so I will
am 2 different
interpret.
words, 2 different, yep,
It's
got
all
it.
good.
All done.
Thank you, Member Swanson. Good questions as always. Any other questions or comments from the board? If not, is there a motion?
Yes, this is Jessica. Based upon a review of the contents of the portfolio provided by Albert Einstein Academy, Arizona, and the information provided by representatives of Albert Einstein Academy, Arizona during consideration, and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to approve the application package and grant a charter to Albert Einstein Academy, Arizona to establish the school Albert Einstein Academy, Arizona to serve grades K through 12, specifically grades K through 2 and 7 through 9 with an enrollment cap of 330 in year 1, grades K through 3 and 7 through 10 with an enrollment cap of 640 in year 2, grades K through 4 and 7 through 11 with an enrollment cap of 800 in year 3, and grades K through 12 with an enrollment cap of 800 for year 4 and beyond.
Thank you, Jessica. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Member Stratton seconds. Thank you. We'll take a vote now.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye, and a comment, I just like to wish you great success going forward. Sounds like a wonderful application.
Thank you.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
I will vote aye and want to just thank Rachel for saving me from vocabulary.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right. Congratulations. You're a charter.
Thrilled.
Have fun and good luck.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Good. All right. Rachel?
All right. So our next application, Arizona Collaborative Learning.
Sorry, President Close, I do want to interrupt. I'm so sorry. We're actually going to take the public comment first and then go
I
into.
apologize. That's right. We were going to do the public
No
comment
problem
first.
at all.
Mhm.
So we do have the public comment, and then we will be timing it for 2 minutes, and I'll give you notice when it is that 2-minute mark. But
So
I'll hand it back over to you.
Understand correctly, we have 4 individuals and they'll each have 2 minutes each, right?
That is correct.
All right. So Rachel, if you just hold on, we're going to move on to item J2, Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners. And we have 4 individuals ready to do to respond to the call to the public. First one is Ariana Figueroa. Ms. Figueroa, are you available? Ashley, should we just hold off and go to the next person? And we can come back to.
Yep, let's go ahead and hold off right now. I don't see anyone unmuting themselves. So go ahead and move on to the next one, then we can come back to it if need be before we get to Rachel's presentation.
The next individual who would like to speak is Jaden Whitlock. Jaden, are you available?
I believe Ariana and Jaden will not be able to join us today.
All right. We'll note that they had made requests, so their names are on the record. Okay. Richard Gray. Are you available?
Yes, good morning. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Had a
Yes,
little
we can.
difficulty logging in this morning. It snowed up here in Northern Arizona, so sometimes the weather does affect our signals. Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Gray. I'm a longtime educator up in Northern Arizona, Tuba City, Arizona. I worked with the Tuba City Public Schools, and I'm working now with Gray Hills Academy High School. And I'm here to speak about the application from Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners Incorporated. And I have had some meetings with them in regards to how they can serve students in rural areas of Arizona, perhaps underserved. And I did like their digital technology thoughts of doing the hardware and connecting devices and software programs for reaching out to students. We went through 2 years of remote learning, and we found that there are benefits to that. And a lot of our students did benefit from remote learning. And we just had to make sure and be on top of it throughout Northern Arizona, the Navajo Nation. And so we have experienced that, and I was glad to hear that that's what was an item with their charter application. And I really feel that that would help our students up here who sometimes are not able to attend school personally, but have shown the will to attend virtually, and also to make commitments to family and relatives and their community, wherever they may be at. So I really would like to share that information with you. And we just had our assessments returned the other day, and we were impressed with the showing of our students through online learning, and we're glad to see that it does have its positives. And so I just wanted to share that information with you. I'm not sure if my 2 minutes are up, but I really do and would like to see that happen. And I do believe that our students would benefit from, and other students as well too. So thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Just want to say thank you. We'll move on then. And Rick Miller, are you available for comment?
I am, and thank you for calling upon me. My name is Rick Miller. I'm a professor of practice at Arizona State University. I'm the founder of an organization, a national initiative movement called Kids at Hope, that reverses the youth at risk paradigm. Instead of seeing kids as deficits, you see all kids as assets, and there are no exceptions to that rule. And I also am a principal in my own private consulting company called the Intersection Construct. And I'm here to speak on behalf of Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners, Inc. And the reason for my advocacy for their charter is their focus on chronic absenteeism. This is my 53rd year in the field of child and youth development. I study why some kids do well and other kids struggle. And I've come to a series of research conclusions that have been revolutionary in the fields of child and youth development that intersect with the science of hope. And hope took a while to get to the research table, but now that it's there, we're getting a robust amount of information about why some kids do well and other kids struggle. And we're looking at hope as a construct that's not the squishy hope that we're most familiar with, but the cognitive hope, where hope actually lies in your brain. And we understand that kids who learn about hope do better in life than kids who don't. We also know that about adults as well. So our concept is it risk or trauma that prevents kids from success? And we found out, no, it isn't. It's the absence of hope. We also recognize we don't control much of the risk or trauma kids experience, but we control much of the hope that we can give them. And we're going to define hope as goals, pathways, and agency. Now, why that's important to chronic absenteeism is the understanding that kids who don't attend school don't attend school for a number of reasons. The top 5 are bullying, bad grades, illnesses, caring for a sick family member, or some mental and emotional issues. We look at the resiliency of those kids. Are they physically resilient, emotionally resilient, intellectually resilient? and are their families economic resilient? If we can focus on those areas, we have a greater chance of encouraging those young people to attend school. And we correlate attending school with engagement and hope. And these are the constructs that I think are instrumental in this application, because it's focused on a population of kids that have demonstrated they're difficult to reach. And Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners have committed to reaching those young people, and we're committed to supporting them.
Thank you. All right. Having heard comments from Call to the Public regarding Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners Incorporated, shall we move on to Rachel?
All right. Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners, Inc. has submitted a new charter application package to open Virtual Preparatory Academy of Arizona, providing an AOI serving grades K through 12 as a statewide fully online program. The applicant states that its target population is youth and families that require an alternative to the traditional classroom setting, with an emphasis on students who have a history of chronic absenteeism. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 85.96%, the operational plan scored 88%, and the business plan scored 93.62%. The revised AOI package submitted by the applicant was reviewed by Rio Salado Community College and met the required criteria for approval. After receiving the final scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. The applicant intends to contract with an education service provider. As such, additional information about the performance of the education service provider is included in Appendix C of the board materials. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for this applicant be denied. I'm available for questions if you have any.
Are there any questions for Rachel from the board? If there are no questions from the board.
President Close, Member Swanson here. I have just a couple of questions for Rachel. Rachel, could you describe kind of your, staff's relationship with the applicant and the TRP as it went through this process, particularly, post-application and to where we are present day?
Sure. So this is not their first time before the board. They were before the board last year. Since that time, we have met and discussed with this applicant a handful of times. During the application cycle, after they received their initial rubric from the TRP, board staff did have 3 virtual meetings with this applicant and did provide this applicant additional information via email regarding some questions that they had related specifically to criteria, technical assistance feedback provided by the technical review panel. Post the second rubric being issued and board materials being posted, we did also have another discussion with representatives of the applicant about the application package. During the application cycle, it is important to know that in order to maintain the objectivity of the technical review panel, applicants do not have access to the technical review panel until the capacity interview. This is to ensure that scores are not influenced in any way by the applicant. It just maintains that kind of at arm's length opportunity for our technical review panel. And that is why board staff sits in on the calls of the technical review panel to ensure that we fully understand their questions, comments, concerns around the application so we can convey those to the applicant in a way that's more appropriate since we don't influence scores in the application package. Member Swanson, that is all I have to say. Unless you have any additional specific questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Rachel. We can come back to you, right? If we need to.
Absolutely, anytime.
Very good. Thank you.
Rachel, this is Ms. Barr. I have a quick question for you. The technical review panel, is that the same group of people across the board, or do we kind of group similar schools?
That's a great question. We had 3 separate technical review panels this year. We initially had 9 charters going through this process, so they each were assigned 3 applications. It kind of dwindled down by the time we get to this point. We did have 3 separate. The technical review panels in general were grouped based on because of their expertise and experience. So the same technical review panel did the reviews of the two true AOI packages that are before you today. There is a third AOI package, the Eclectic School of Arizona. They are not an AOI in the same sense that this applicant is an AOI because their model is markedly different. And so they were reviewed by a separate panel, but the same panel oversaw both of the true AOI applications this year.
Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Rachel at this time? So Rachel, real quick before we talk to the representative, this is an online, so from what I saw, a heavy focus will be on rural students. Is that kind of a good interpretation?
That is accurate. So the applicant in this application package has identified their main target population. And I want to clarify why I say that, because an AOI can serve any student across the state of Arizona because they don't have a physical brick and mortar location. They're going to, charters have to accept anyone who applies. They're going to get who comes to their door to apply and enroll. With that being said, this applicant did specifically identify chronically absent students as their focus of their target population. And it was noted by the TRP that the areas that were identified in the application as having a high proportion of chronically absent students were in more rural areas and often near or on tribal lands.
Okay, and so as an AOI, though, the anticipation is that the students would be working from home. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. This applicant did not submit anything in section C1, which is facilities acquisition, to indicate that they would have any facility in play. I don't believe there's anything in the application that alludes to that. So it is my understanding that this is a fully true AOI online from home program.
Okay, just to put my thoughts out there, I have some concerns about telecommunications infrastructure, but we can talk about that some more after the representative has made their presentation or spoken. Okay, any other questions or comments from the board for Rachel?
This is Jessica. They're not really questions for anybody, but I would like to kind of echo what President Close was saying. I'm concerned about connectivity, and I am also concerned about how when we had, I'm not going to mess this up. Mr. Miller was speaking to the chronic absenteeism and specifically students that may have some social emotional challenges. Maybe there's students that are receiving services through special education. I would really like to know how those students are going to be addressed because I didn't see a lot of information about that in the information that was shared with the board. And the second thing that I would like to see or have some questions about or get some information about is the partnership between schools that are already established on tribal lands versus the AOIs, because that's a pretty important piece if the focus is going to be on chronic absenteeism, specifically in rural areas near tribal lands.
Thank you, Jessica.
Christina. Jessica, you hit almost every point that I had on my questions too. So I guess great minds.
Sorry, Christina. I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
You just got in there before. I mean, great questions, Carlos.
President Close, this is Carlos Reese. Do we have information on other AOIs that are working in this space, primarily on tribal lands?
I don't.
Do you know if you have
Rachel? Yeah.
So I think it's important to note we currently have 35 approved, I believe it's approximately 35 approved online instruction programs in our portfolio. With that being said, I think it's always important to remember that an AOI can serve any student anywhere. There are no, a brick and mortar doesn't have boundaries, but there's some level of boundary due to transportation. For an AOI, that boundary doesn't exist. I am not personally aware of any AOI that specifically targets tribal students or rural students at this time. There may be one that I am not aware of, but I'm not aware of anyone who is specifically targeting that population at this time.
And maybe Rachel, maybe I know this particular applicant doesn't have, well, if I'm reading it right, that would be a focus, but it's not, they're not necessarily confined to that specific target market. Is that correct?
That is accurate.
They can serve anyone within the state.
Absolutely.
Okay. But I do want to echo Jessica and the rest of the board, the other members in that. And I was just going to bring it up actually when after the applicant spoke, but yeah, I think that integration, that cooperation with the tribal communities is going to be something interesting to consider. All right, any other questions or comments from the board for Rachel at this time? If not, is there a representative from the applicant?
Hi, I am here today, Kimberly Cox.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are we all today?
Doing well.
Doing well, great. Am I good to go ahead and start?
Go ahead.
All right, wonderful, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Kimberly Cox, and I'm currently serving as the board chair for Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners. I would like to start by introducing our board members who come from a variety of backgrounds and each brings their own expertise to our board. We have Dr. Leonore Ketter, our board secretary, Catherine Waterston, Catherine Durbin, David Ardsma, and Bonnie Fournier. Collaboratively, our backgrounds are in education, medical and financial fields, professional athlete, and a parent of 2 virtual school graduates. I stand before you today as a second-generation Native, parent of 2 school-aged children, and an advocate for Arizona education in full support of school choice. I have 20 years of experience as an educator, with the past 15 being primarily in virtual education. In early 2020, Dr. Ketter and I formed ACLP with the hopes of standing up Virtual Preparatory of Arizona. Then the pandemic hit, causing the world to pause. The 2021 school year, I helped my daughter's school navigate blended learning as they're a public brick and mortar school. They didn't know how to do attendance or how to help the teachers best reach their students. I chose not to renew my contract as I was focused on standing up VPA of Arizona. Fast forward a year to April of 2022, a position opened with Excel that supports my background and was truly what was best for my family. I go into such detail as it's important to understand the natural pathway that my career has taken. We appreciate the time and diligence of the TRP in providing a thorough review of our application and bringing attention to the areas of needed improvement. The TRP rightfully pointed out concerns with the limited number of ACLP board members and a potential conflict of interest. At the time in which we submitted the application, we were out of compliance with our bylaws, which require 5 to 7 board members. Since the submission of the written application, we have filled our board of 6 members and we are fully compliant with our bylaws. During the initial formation of the board and preparation of the application, there were no interested parties on the board. As explained earlier, after submitting the application, I was presented with the opportunity to accept a position with Excel Schools. I have announced my intention to resign from the ACLP board, leaving a fully formed 5-person board to function independent of Excel Schools without any conflicts of interest. The TRP also pointed out concerns related to our ability to attract students. We shared in our application the goal to target chronically absent students. Chronic absenteeism has risen to crisis levels, with now 300,000 Arizona students considered chronically absent. New data and post-pandemic information continues to emerge as post-pandemic studies are concluded and findings shared. Just as recent as July of 2022, Helios and WestEd released a brief of their study of chronic absenteeism, detailing the crisis levels we've reached in Arizona. Their conclusions support our goal with a call to action, and I quote, "Reducing the chronic absence rate statewide should be among the foremost goals for education leaders and policymakers as they continue to develop immediate and multi-year approaches to pandemic recovery." This right here is what we are trying to achieve with our school, and if granted approval, we intend to do so. With today's educational technology, many of the defining factors that contribute to chronic absenteeism can be overcome. The need to care for family members, lack of prior school success, living in a rural area, or little to no family education support. These exist among other conditions such as teen pregnancy, teen parent obligations, and the lack of a quality adult relationship within students' education community, all of which we are prepared to support under our current model, and Excel is prepared to support if adjustments are needed. While ACLP will be open to all students seeking a flexible, high-quality education, we do intend to make an impact in addressing chronic absenteeism. To reach students and attract them to enroll, we will implement many strategies which we will share today. We will work with the Arizona Charter Schools Association's research team to enhance our understanding of Arizona's chronically absentee student population. In communities with known high levels of chronic absenteeism, we'll conduct aggressive outreach using traditional mailers, advertising, social media, and non-traditional home visits, engagement with community organizations, outreach to schools, school districts, in-person community events, and such marketing strategies. We will advertise the unique school design and student supports to attract other students that may not be considered chronically absent. We are forming lasting relationships with Mr. Miller, Mr. Gray, to reach different populations that we're trying to reach statewide. ACLP is committed to successfully reaching our enrollment goals, and Excel has committed its resources to support our school as it grows. We have submitted new charter applications in each of the 2 previous years with increases year over year. During the board's deliberations last year, we received an approved recommendation, but fell so short, 0.3 of a point on the AOI portion. The application before you is strong. Our AOI score is now 98.84, and the narrative recognizes that we have in place the resources to successfully serve students and increase student achievement. Although the application has remained very similar from year to year, the expectations of applicants has changed, and we have worked to step up to that challenge. The scoring on each of our application sections have increased significantly, even dramatically from the previous year, yet this year was a denial and the year before an approval. We hope that the additional information we have provided is sufficient to address the few concerns raised by the TRP. Our board is in compliance, and we will address any concerns of conflicts of interest. We have done our homework and will take further steps to understand the challenges faced by students we seek to serve. We ask that you recognize the effort we have made to improve our understanding of the application and the board's expectations. Finally, we ask for your approval of our application. We are appreciative of this opportunity to address you today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open the floor for any questions or comments from the rest of the board first, if there are any. Any questions or comments from the board?
Close.
Dr. Crockett.
Carol Crockett. I have a couple of questions for Ms. Cox. Can you say that you'll be retiring or resigning from the board if the application is approved? Can you tell me what your timeline is for that resignation? And say if you were approved today, what would that timeline look like? And then also, who is going to be replacing you as chairman of the board and or president of the board? And when will that person be available to, what's that person's background, if I might ask? That's my first question.
That is in process right now. We have been speaking with the board members. If anybody was interested in stepping into the role from any of our current members, nobody, in all honesty, nobody has stepped up and said, I will take that position. My goal is within the next 30 days, if approved today, to have that solidified where I would resign. We would have somebody in place who would step up as president and backfill my role.
And if you do not have somebody step up?
Then we'll give it another 30 days. We'll do our best to, it's something that I am passionate about. And I feel between all of the people that we do have on the board that we will be able to find someone within the next 30, maximum 60 days.
My next question is about.
Member Crockett, can I just interject in that and just try to, and I don't mean to get in your questions, but I want to just follow up on this particular issue, if it's okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So Ms. Cox, yeah, so we're talking about your role, but you also talked about filling out the complete board.
Yes, our board is complete right now. Per our bylaws, we're required to have 5 to 7 people. Right now we have 6.
Okay, and in the application package, there's just 2. I want to make sure.
Yes, when we
make sure
yes,
that
we have
get back
filled
to-
them out. I believe it was, don't quote me on this, summer kind of gets a little blended, but I believe it was July or August that we completed our board and submitted everything with Arizona Corporation Commission.
Okay, and I want to get back, give the floor back to Member Crockett, but I do want to hear more about those members because I don't know that we have anything in writing about them at all.
And let's stay on that topic because.
Okay, I'll turn the floor back to you, Member Crockett.
Well, so tell us, are those members Arizonans, or where do they, tell us a little bit more besides their profession?
Gotcha. Yes, all of our board members are currently residents of Arizona. They all have roots in different fields from Arizona. If you would like, they're all present today. If you would like to hear directly from them, they could speak a little bit more about themselves, or which would you prefer?
If President Close doesn't mind, I would really prefer to hear from each of them.
Sure, that's fine.
All right, if we would like to start with Dr. Ketter, she is our board secretary. Dr. Ketter, could you please unmute and give a little about yourself?
Well, I am unmuted. I'm trying to, I don't know if you can see me. That's the thing I'm working on over here.
We can see you, Leonora.
Can you say, all right. Oh, good. Then I'll straighten my hair for a moment. You're looking at someone who has more than 60 years in education, from teacher through superintendent and professor and so on. And I'm still standing, but the most important contribution has been chair of 22 of Imagine charter schools over the last 20 years. And I retired from that successfully to join ACLP in their endeavor to position themselves with the target organization. And I've been with the charter movement in one form or another from its very inception, and support its, even with my own grandchildren, the attendance. They live in Cape Creek, I live in Scottsdale, and I support this endeavor with, and I wanted to correct something here. In the application, there are several towns that are mentioned up north on the reservation, which is Page, Tuba City, Kayenta, a couple of the northern tribal areas. And I must say that I've worked up on that area as a consultant for about 10 years, traveling with and without communication, et cetera, from many farms through Page and Pinon and so on. So I bring that on the board, that experience on the board. Telecommunications has always been an issue, even with the facilities board trying to implement with Q West, going all the way back. But another point was made before by one of the board members here, charter board members, and that is that there is no mention of establishing other hotspots and locations. So it isn't only from home that this is intended to be, with the communications, with the reservations, as well as the public schools and other entities that exist, such as Gray Hills, which is a different type of entity. Communications and public relations will exist to set up, with the technology we have, the way that students can and families can access this vehicle. So again, my support and a little bit of my background, and did I exceed my 1 minute?
You're fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
How about next, Catherine Durbin? Would you like to go ahead and, I know this is your most favorite thing to do, tell a little bit about yourself, please.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to talk. Look, I've joined the board, and my background hasn't been education per se, like my other esteemed board members, but come from a corporate financial compliance background. So the skills I'm going to bring to the board is my governance and assisting on strategies and structures and organizational integrity, and really working with the board to driving their goals and their vision for what I consider an amazing opportunity that they're going to provide the students, young and old, around Arizona that don't necessarily fit into a conventional school environment. And look, we've all had those family members or those friends that have struggled through school, and I love the vision of this board, and I'm sorry, I'm overwhelmed with the privilege to work with them and really see this through. I would like to help and get them to achieve this vision as well, and really want you to look at and read what they really want to try and achieve for Arizona and students, like I said, young and old, and really reach out to those people in an online or an unconventional, not unconventional, because I think online is very conventional nowadays, but just looking at education differently, and really reaching out to people and giving them hope, like Rick said, giving these kids hope, these students, and hope, and to achieve, and breaking some cycles that potentially haven't been able to break before. So giving them the opportunities. And I think as board members, we need to try and do everything we can to try and achieve that. So thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. And David Artsma, would you like to go next, please?
No, thank you. Thank you guys for meeting with us. We really appreciate this. And kind of like our other board members, we all come from a diverse background. I am a little bit less from a educational background as some of my colleagues. I played 14 years in Major League Baseball. After I retired, I took a job in the front office with the Toronto Blue Jays. And what makes this actually incredibly creative is my job there was actually educating and teaching our players and our coaches, generally over 150 staff members. My job was educating them in data, technology, how to use online learning. During COVID, I actually had to connect with 8 different teams in 3 different countries and figure out ways to teach them all in multiple languages, too many to mention. But it's an incredible opportunity to be a part of the sport. I have 2 kids in school systems here in Arizona. I've been a resident for 16 years here. I love this place. I love the education that we can bring here and the opportunity we have. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wait, this is Jessica, excuse me. Before we move on, something that you said really, it just brought a question to my mind. Yes. So out of curiosity, and I don't know if you're the person to answer this question or maybe somebody else, but how do you plan to provide family education and assistance with technology, because that's something, especially if you're looking at a multi-generational home, and we have younger students like the K-2 students, oftentimes they need a lot of support with remote instruction. So I don't know if that's something that you would work with. It's just that you mentioned that you helped educate other people with technology. But how is that? What's the plan for that to help these families help their children, especially the younger ones?
I'm perfect to handle that one. In our model, we do have success coaches, we do have our teachers, and all of our families go through an onboarding process. We find that children in the K2, K3, K4, it's their parent or the person who will be their learning coach. They get trained along the way during that onboarding process. We teach them how to be successful in our environment. We will work with them. Oftentimes we do see it may be grandmother, grandfather who is at home with the children while parents are working. We will train them as well. And sometimes it takes a little bit more patience and a little bit more time, depending on the level of computer confidence, comfortability, experience, all of those things. Sometimes, my parents are well in their 70s and 80s, and I have one parent who is super fluent and one who says, "Where's the power button?" And how do I attach that to an email? And our coaches are trained to deal with all sorts of the range of gamut of people that may be more computer literate than others, as well as working directly with students, because as we see students in the middle school and the high school ages, often they're owning their educational journey at that time. They're at home alone, they need to school, and that's where that role of the coach, the homeroom teacher, everybody really pitches in at that point. And one thing also I'd like to hit on about Mr. Ardsma and what he does bring. It's not a large population that we see, but we do see children who are excelling athletes that could be Olympic bound, who do not have the time to spend all day in a brick and mortar environment. He brings a lot of wealth of knowledge in how to help these students kind of balance it all, as well as oftentimes, not often, but occasionally, we will see professional athletes who choose to bring their children with them when they travel, doing all professional athletes travel the world a lot. And so the students can take the school with them, and they're not losing out on that valuable family time. They can take school wherever dad's going, wherever mom's going, they can bring the school with them. And he brings that wonderful knowledge base that, how can we make this successful? How can this work for the parent as well as the student? Or how can we support that student athlete who is truly, they need school, but they're also devoting so much of their time and energy to their given athletic ability.
Quick, I'm sorry, follow-up question. I apologize for all of my questions.
Sure.
What does the onboarding process as far as time-wise look like? Do you have kind of a set onboarding process and then backup onboarding process for those that need some extra assistance? And then question, I guess 2A for that is, you did mention that kind of those middle-aged students, so you're looking at upper elementary and then the middle school students. How do you address families where those students are actually the ones helping the younger students and still trying to get their own education because people are working outside of the home or multiple jobs, those kind of things?
Yes. Okay, I'm going to address that one because I've already lost your first question. So if you'll remind me what your first question was, that would be great. So it's not an ideal situation, right? Ideally, we would love to have a parent at home who's managing the schooling of their children. That would be an ideal situation. We also understand with economic times that there are times that parents may be working. Mom may have a part-time job, or dad may have a part-time job, whomever's kind of the learning coach of the family. That is one of the beauties of virtual schooling. They can school after hours when parent does get home. We do have a lot of built-in support with the role of our student services team. Sometimes we will have coaches that will contact kids right before class starts if maybe they're in a small group session for targeted support. The homeroom or the teacher teaching the content may say, "Hey, coach, I need a little help. Could you contact these 4 kids before class today and just remind them class is at 10:30?" We do have that built-in support. Oftentimes counselor can be brought into that support as well, specifically, typically with the older grades, guidance counselors can help with that. Really, student services as a whole, their job is to kind of drive the kids to school. And then once the kids are in the classroom, at that point, then the teachers take over. Our teachers have a little bit more bandwidth than, say, a classroom teacher would in a brick and mortar, because they have time without the students in the classroom. They're able to conduct those phone calls during the day. They can contact families at their chosen time with flexible scheduling. Did I answer that last portion sufficiently?
Yes, and the first one and then I have another question, but I'm taking away from Dr. Crockett, and I feel I don't want to do that. So the question that I asked first was onboarding timeline and a backup timeline, and then we need to continue with the board members because I completely cut Dr. Crockett off, and I'm sorry about that. Okay.
So in an ideal situation, which I would say honestly probably applies to about 75% of students entering online schools. They're ready to go. They're choosing us because they're leaving something. So they're excited to get started. It's a new adventure. They're excited. Typically, what we'd like to see is Monday, Tuesday. If Monday's their start date, Monday, Tuesday, start with complete onboarding. During the onboarding process, what would happen is the family, the learning coach and student would attend an orientation, which would walk them through, well, actually, let me back up. Before the student's start date, they would receive an email communication with how do you get into your classroom? How do you get there? It would have their login credentials. It would have everything they need to just be ready to go day one, successful on day one. Day one, and oftentimes that Thursday, Friday before Monday, they would have a phone call from a homeroom teacher, a coach, a content teacher. They could have already spoken to somebody from the school, if not multiple people. Monday comes, they attend an orientation. There would be 2 offerings, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, later towards the end of the day. As well as recorded sessions for parents who may not be able to be there during the given business time. So Monday and Tuesday are orientation sessions where they learn the how to school with us. During that time, our assessment is given in 2 sections, the English language arts section and then the math section. We're using a tool called iReady so that the teachers, when they meet their students on Wednesday, they already have some initial data to start working with the students, see where they are. Wednesday would typically be a meet the teacher day, go to your first class day, and start kind of funneling in. Now that's for our students that start throughout the school year. During the first day of school in August, it would be a little bit more robust because it's the first week of school. We would have all the fun things going on. But for the typical trajectory, which happens more weeks than just the first week, is the students coming in mid-year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Crockett, did you have any more questions? Dr. Crockett?
I think, thank you, President Close. We have 2 more board members to meet, correct?
There is one more, and her name is Bonnie Fournier. Unfortunately, she is unable to be here. Her background is she has 2 students who are now in college. They were both schooled at home through virtual schooling. Unfortunately, her health right now is in a situation where she had to attend an appointment this morning during this time. So she sends great apologies, but she would be happy to speak to anyone at any time regarding her experience with her children and how it changed her kids' trajectory, and they're both now in college doing amazing.
All right.
Member Crockett, can I just ask a couple
Please.
follow-ups on the board members?
Please.
Sorry, President Close. Ms. Cox, if we could go back to Ms. Durbin and Mr. Ardsma, I'd like to just hear just briefly how they became engaged with you and why they want to spend their time engaged with you. And then if you could answer those same questions, Ms. Cox, in your own words, for Ms., I think you said Fournier.
Mm-hmm. So I'll go ahead and start with Mrs. Fournier. I have previously worked with Mrs. Fournier many years ago. We formed a nice working relationship, and when I knew that she was no longer working, and she's still a big advocate for virtual education, the board needed more members, and I reached out to her and asked if she would be interested, and she immediately accepted. And Ms. Durbin, Mr. Ardsma, if you'd like to tell about your experience, I'll let you go ahead and do that.
Yes, absolutely. So I got connected with the group through an associate that I have we're hopefully building a business relationship with from a baseball perspective, building a baseball facility here, again, focused on education development, teaching younger kids all the way through professionals. And that through that relationship in the last 6 months, he talked to me about the school, about the opportunity here, and I loved it. And he understood how focused on education I am, especially with my children, and how I love teaching and I love learning. And so with that, I took this chance.
And my connection is also through the same person David refers to, who ran very successfully online schools in Dubai in the UAE, which is where I've just come from, and recently come to Arizona. And we loved through the COVID experience, through COVID, business excelled, and realized, what a fantastic need it met. And we are now both in Arizona, and he reached out to me to see if I would be interested in joining the board to help them and assist them, knowing that my sort of experience is more from a corporate background, and the experience that I could bring to that, having worked with boards in a governance perspective, and he's been a close colleague and friend of mine, and when he told me about what the board was trying to achieve and what was going on, I was more than happy to help and join the board.
I have a question, a follow-up question. This is Carol Crockett. How long have you been a resident of Arizona, and is Arizona your primary residency?
Yes, I've been here for 18 months.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Swanson, Member Crockett, if I may, Ms. Cox, am I mistaken that Ms. Watterson is also a new member of your board?
She is.
I'm here.
Yes, we have not gotten to her. You're right, Catherine. I apologize. I skipped Catherine Watterston. Thank you, Rachel.
Quietly waiting in the background.
I am so sorry.
It's a privilege to speak to the board here on this very important topic that we're at, and we're all very excited to hopefully make some change here. My background is in the medical device and technology industry. I have been a resident of Arizona since 2005. And prior to that was in Tennessee, when in Tennessee was heavily involved in PTO organizations and working with the school district, and actually was volunteer of the year for parents. Raising 3 kids, single in the state of Arizona. I've a lot of experience in the educational world, and 2 of my children also dual enrolled at Rio Salado. And while working and raising my children, I also did online schooling through University of Phoenix to get my master's degree. I have been a business owner and parent, and heavily interested in our education system, and absolutely love the online platform, and am just so proud to be able to serve on this board. I am new, I'm learning the ropes, but very intrigued, interested, and willing to put a lot of emphasis on my work here.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Cox, and board members, I'm sorry, I have one more quick question. I hope you can answer quickly. And that is, you mentioned that you will be working with the Charter School Association and others to determine where chronic absenteeism exists, and reaching out to those. But my question is, wouldn't you have already done that before you submitted the application? Can you talk about that a little bit?
So yes, I think that as we've developed, as you know, March of 2020, I think has really kind of evolved our world. I think we can all say we've all been impacted some way or another. When we're looking at the reports and the data that we're seeing out of Arizona, I think this Helios one that just came out in July is very telling, that the problem is worsening. We will continue to work and identify students. And I think it's important to say too, that we are working with other school districts. We are working with Charter Association. We are working with building communities and connections to help identify these students. It's a statewide issue. I don't think it's something that we can narrow down to one area, one location. When looking through Helios, they did work with Arizona Department of Education and the public schools specifically. It's a statewide issue. So I think that as we continue to learn more, we will continue to do our homework and stay on top of it.
Thank you. That concludes my questions, President Close.
Thank you so much, Dr. Crockett. I'm going to step in, and I know this discussion is maybe becoming a little lengthy, but I think it's important, obviously, given the weight of what we're considering. So I just want to make some comments, some observations here. So I think the concept is wonderful in theory, and focusing on students with chronic absenteeism. And my experience personally in education has been primarily with Native communities. I would just like to point out that in my experience, the chronic absenteeism, the solutions that were successful that I've seen were pretty labor and candidly salary intensive. I'm not, and they were for areas that didn't require a lot of travel to get to, for personal interaction to get these students back into school. Can you maybe, for the benefit of this meeting, Ms. Cox, explain some of your strategies you have to practically reduce some of the absenteeism? Is it just going to be through the application of the online curriculum?
So, okay, couple of things.
How will you encourage participation, I suppose?
Gotcha. So a couple of things. When hiring for a school that services students statewide, we have the gift of being able to hire statewide as well. So our goal would be to reach out to communities throughout the state in hiring teachers and staff members that are knowledgeable and connected to those communities. In my conversations with Excel on hiring, That is the strategy they use when they're looking at statewide. So hiring statewide is critical to point out here. When we're looking at engaging students, in my experience, truant students have a tendency of finding us a lot of the time, especially if there may be some outside agencies involved with the family. They need to be enrolled in school. So oftentimes they come and they find us as well. As far as reaching the students with engagement, engagement is huge. We know that students need to attend, they need to be engaged in order to start providing services that they may need, whether it be MTSS, whether it be targeted intervention groups, any of those things. They need to attend in order for us to get there. So how will we do that? There's really no shame to our game. We will keep reaching out to our families. We keep contacting them through all variety of methods, the common ones. We will also, if needed, we can bring in other services. We can use the community resources. Once the school grows and develops and we gain more staff, it becomes a little bit easier. But while we're small and 500, our staff is small and limited. And at that point, it's all hands on deck. And our engagement strategies that we do use is we do have our success coaches, our counselors, they work with the family on re-engagement plans. Those re-engagement plans come from a strengths-based perspective where we are working with the kids, we're building the relationship, and number one, we're trying to identify what the barrier is to their success. That starts in the onboarding process when we're doing the welcome call. Our coaches are working with the family and they're starting to get to know them. They're building that relationship. The teachers are starting to get to know them and building the relationship, trying to identify at that time what barriers could possibly be there. What is it that's going to propel this student and help them be successful? And if we need to pull in services, what local community services can we get the family if they need help?
All right.
So in the re-engagement plan, it is a tiered process that can escalate or de-escalate depending upon the success of the student.
And I'd like to just add a little other wrinkle to this. So again, in my experience with rural Native tribal communities, there seems to be a correlation. The attendance, the absenteeism seemed to be, in my observation, less in the younger years, lower grades, and increase as the grades and ages increased. With the population that had the absenteeism, there also seemed to be a higher number of students who had specialized individual education needs. And I was just curious, and they were, diagnosed typically in the 20% plus range. Is there a strategy you have for addressing that issue?
To clarify, are you speaking about students on an IEP?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bottom line,
So
yeah.
we will have special education coordinator who is a local, and same with our special education teachers. Any services that are requested and required by the IEP will be prepared to serve the students with such services as required, whether it be speech, PT, OT. If we need to, we can contract out with other providers if we do not have the in-house ability to do so.
Very good. Have you had experience of success with that online?
Personally, yes. Personally,
Okay.
I've had students who thrive in the online. When I was a teacher, I used to teach just 4th and 5th grade for the majority of my teaching time. I've done middle school, all of it, but the majority of the time in the classroom was 4th and 5th grade as a virtual teacher. And I did find that there were students who thrived in the environment. The reduction of the classroom and the constant distractions, having one person there focused on them was huge. Children on the spectrum specifically really thrived in the online environment. And all kids, I've had kids that have had all sorts of disabilities. I've watched them thrive.
Good. That's encouraging to hear. I'm just not that familiar with online and IEPs.
It's really nice because when you think about children that may be on an IEP that may get pulled out for reading support, right? They're out of the classroom at that time. When they come back in, their accommodations are implemented at that time. What's nice is the kids are often in small group working on the same standard, the same strand, the same intervention. So they have buddies that they're going through this with together. If it needs to be more one-on-one, that's an option as well.
Good. Yeah, I know financially can also be another stressor. Moving on. So I touched
Sorry,
a little
President
while back.
Phillips, can I
I'm
follow
sorry,
up?
Jessica. Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
so sorry. I just have a follow-up question regarding that. So as far as obviously some students, like President Close was saying, might need some of that, the physical presence, particularly with occupational therapy and physical therapy. And then you had mentioned home visits as well. So and community events. So I'm kind of combining the two in my question. I just want to know what that looks like for the students that need that extra support, that extra in-person support, because maybe, especially with the gross motor skills and some of those fine motor skills where they need tactile objects. How do you plan to go about providing that information since you're looking at statewide? That's the first question. And then the second question, which I think piggybacks on this, but if I'm wrong, please correct me. Home visits and community events. How do you plan to address those? Because you spoke to them, but I didn't know what your plan was for the home visits and community events.
Gotcha. Okay, so let's take the first one, say PT, OT, those kinds of things. If we do have teachers that are not currently certified or currently able to deliver that, we would contract with a service provider, Jane Shaw. We would contract with somebody who is able to provide that support. Mission education, there's quite a few that are available that can provide that support. These days, with things being as they are virtually, we are finding that there is a way, right? Just like when teachers are transitioning into the virtual world from brick and mortar, they're like, I know I'm a good teacher, but how do I translate this to a computer? And having that discussion, and how can you translate it to virtual services? And so we are finding, and I have found, that there is a way to do it where we don't necessarily have to be in person. If something does require that in-person support, we will do our best to make sure that it's provided, typically with our contracted service provider. Okay, so that was that. The other, I am sorry.
No.
What was the second one?
17 questions at once. It was sort of piggybacking on that as far as home visits go and community events. I want to know more about the home visits than the community events, because I think those tend to kind of come organically, but the home visits are huge. And you had mentioned it, but I didn't know what the plan was moving forward, especially if you're looking at statewide, and especially if you're looking at rural and trying to even get on to tribal land sometimes, or get out there. It can be a challenge, particularly in northern Arizona, where the weather's not always the best. So,
well, they're really getting dumped on today, aren't they?
Nor the roads, may I add.
Right. I think I-17 is closed. But anyway, you bring up very valid points. And honestly, once we hire a head of school, those decisions would be at the head of school's discretion. Typically, what I've experienced, if there's a need for a home visit to go on, nobody goes by themselves. If there's any concerns for safety to be an issue, oftentimes local authorities will be contacted to join, or, we need to be reasonable and protective of our employees, as well as, be smart about these things. I have been in situations where I had to go to Kingman, and another teacher and I, she was actually our school social worker, we drove to Kingman and we met a student at a local park. And these are things that lengths that you go to as an educator, right? I mean, we're about the kids. And when a kid needs something, those of us that are educators, we do all we can to make sure that those needs are met. As far as community building, this is a really fun part about virtual schooling. And it's so fun living in a state like we do with Arizona. Our teachers love it. It's fun. They get to typically, well, there'll be somebody who is sort of the person who arranges all the community, maybe the community liaison. Would be a good title for it. They will create different engaging activities. Maybe you go to Apple Annie's Orchard and do the pumpkins during the fall, or the Phoenix Zoo, have a meet and greet over at the zoo lights, or any of those things that can go on in our community. Oftentimes down in Tucson, we get a lot of, in my previous experience, Tucson was a big area, as you can imagine, that we would get large populations, doing all kinds of events down in Tucson. And our teachers that may not live in Tucson, they love to go see their students and meet them in person, meet the families. And it's a fun way. It's like a field trip day, right? Just like in brick and mortar, you have field trips. We do field trips too. And it's a great way for the community to build. There's also online community building where seeing the needs of the population and the desires of the population, doing online clubs. I've seen online clubs where there were very interested in art around the world, and they would do field trips to museums, virtual museums across the world, as they were learning about art across the world. I know this may be a shocker to most of you, but gaming is huge for kids these days, and doing e-gaming, monitored by a teacher and educator, learning how to develop games, those sorts of things. It's fascinating, and the kids love it, and they kind of find their people that
way. Jessica, anything else?
Well, I just wanted to say thank you. I know that I've been asking a lot of questions, and it's really because I just want to make sure that the plan is solid. And that a lot has been thought through, because the information that was brought to the board initially seemed to have some gaps and some holes. So that's why I'm asking the questions that I'm asking. So, yeah.
I appreciate the questions. It's clear you're looking out for kids. And so I appreciate the thoughtfulness.
I'll be straight up. I think you guys have really good intentions. I'm personally just wondering how you're going to make the dollars match your goals. That's my own observation. I have a quick question for you, Ms. Cox. So I think in the application, you're listed as a head of schools.
Just for this time, once approved, we will hire a head of school from Arizona who is a head of school, who does function at the head of school capacity. And the head of school, it's a very interesting role in our model. Their job is to really make sure the school is running well. It's their school. Excel, I know there's a lot of questions around how the ESP functions with the head of school. Excel is there to say, what do you need? How can we support you? But the head of school is truly the one who is working with the board. They're the one that are implementing the school, and they're the ones making school decisions along with the board.
That's good to hear. I was curious, what would your role be going forward?
Well, moving forward, what my current role with Excel Schools is, I work with student services across our schools. I would hope to still, this is a project that I've been on for 3 years now, and a piece of my heart is here. So I think, looking forward to it, I always want to be involved. I don't know what that's really going to look like. Just like last March, I had no idea that I'd be working with Excel. I will definitely be heavily involved with the onboarding process from the Excel side, the engagement process from Excel side, as well as everything student services, which is pretty much guidance counselors, anything other than special education and academics.
All right. So I wanted to go, I mentioned the telecommunications needs in the past, but then one of the other board members mentioned hotspots. Is that something that you're considering?
Yes, all students will be provided a Chromebook laptop. And then if needed, hotspot sent to them with it.
Well, I thought I heard mention of potential collaboration with existing schools and facilities. Is that, did I mishear or did I misunderstand? Is that an intention of yours to be working with?
So I think what Leonora was talking about there was if there is room for that. I don't think that is anything that there isn't a contract in place or anything nothing official.
Okay.
But I do know that a lot of schools.
But it's a consideration, a
It is.
possibility.
And so often in remote areas, I know I had students who lived up in St. John's who they often, granted this is about 12 years ago too, so take the time and where electronics, how great we've grown with accessibility and things. I had students who would school out of the fire department. The fire department would let them come in and use one of their areas, and that's where we would do our testing, because state testing you need to do in person. And we would do our testing at the fire department. They were wonderful, great relationship that we had built there and collaborated with them. Which brings also to the local police departments and things. They're really wonderful to work with. Sometimes we may have students who are coming to us because they've made some poor choices and they may have gotten into trouble and they may not be allowed in their local public school. Sometimes sometimes that local public school is the only school option. So we are a great option for those children as well.
Great. And I have one more.
President, I'm sorry, I had a clarification on the hotspot question. Maybe I missed it, but was there anything budgeted to handle the hotspots and any of the other technical things that these students may need? Because I looked and I didn't see it, so maybe I just missed it.
You know, I think, Jim, that may be a better question for you to answer with the budget from the Excel side, how that is one of the components that Excel does offer for our school, is that they do provide the computers and the hotspots. So Jim, is that something you would be able to answer from the Excel side?
Sure. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Jim Conant's here. And yeah, the answer is yes, they were and they are budgeted in the technology sections in the budget. And the hotspots are one of those pieces of equipment that are available to the students and their families if a broadband connection is not available to them. What is also budgeted in there are reimbursements to the family for broadband connection if as required, actually, for the students to be able to take part. So yes, they are budgeted. You'd find that in the budget line that deals with technology and equipment. And yeah, we're standing ready to deliver on those.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And so I have another question then related to, there was some discussion about possible students who were possibly very talented athletically. How would you, is there any plans to help them in terms of facilities or, you know, basketball courts, baseball fields, that type of thing? Or would they be kind of on their own?
So we would not be providing that athletic structure, right? These are kids that are already with their club, their coach, if it's gymnastics, their gym, they're already there. But what they need that we provide is that flexibility to school outside of their training hours.
Okay. I just noticed Mr. Is it Ardsma? His background, it seems like he seems to have a pretty heavy tie-in with the sports world there. What's your anticipated maybe, I don't know if you have any anticipated percentage of enrollment of students that might fit in that category. Do you have any, just whomever?
Yes, yeah. Oftentimes they find us. In my personal experience, I can say that without violating any FERPA conditions, I can say that I have had, when I was 4th and 5th grade, I did have 2 separate professional athlete children. The parents were the professional athlete, and I had 2 of their children come through my classrooms, as well as I have had probably 3 to 5 students who needed to school virtually because of their own trajectory in the athletic world. Ice skating, gymnastics were 2 big ones that I had quite a few.
All right. I was just asking that question more again from the tribal community standpoint to see if there was any anticipation there. I was just curious. Were there any other questions from the board?
This is Ms. Barr, and
Ms. Barr,
not going to
please.
harp. You guys went over a lot of my questions. As somebody who got to teach virtually during COVID, you talk about reaching out to the chronically absent community. And I know I had students who they'd show up, but the camera wouldn't be on, or they wouldn't respond, or they weren't turning in assignments, and there were emails, and there were phone calls, and there were virtual conferences. And so I'm just concerned if you're targeting this population, I mean, even a home visit, I'm just, are you going to knock on the door and somebody's going to sit next to them while they're on their computer? How do you propose to, make sure that students who have a pattern of not showing up and have them show up remotely?
Right. I'm not going to say it's not hard work. It is hard work. The population that we are targeting, they already have an established pattern behavior. There is a lot of extra work and patience that goes into it. One thing that I do know, and I fully believe in my nearly 50 years of experience in life, I do know that nobody sets out in the beginning of the day to fail. I've never in my years of teaching, probably had close to 1,000 students come through my classroom, virtual or here. Not one of those kids ever said, today I'm going to fail. Today I'm just going to not do this.
No, and I agree.
What I do find is that once you are able to address what the barrier is, what's the why? Why are they not there? Why are they not attending school? Once we get that, we are able to help rebuild them back into school. Are we going to catch all of them? No, we're not. I would love to be able to, but
as a teacher, I agree. Just however you're targeting this group, if most of your income is going to be coming from this group, it seems like, in addition, our teachers, part of their job description is going to be to drive out to Ajo and knock on doors too. Okay.
No, it's not the expectation of teachers to do home visits. I don't think home visits are something that are a regular daily occurrence. They are in kind of more escalated situations when that need arises, and it will be at the head of school's discretion. Is this what we're going to do? And we will fill it. I can't speak to that. It is a challenge. And typically though, what we have found is in virtual education, through the onboarding process of letting families know, hey, these are your expectations. This is how we make this work. We do find that we do have a better turnout. I can tell you, having worked in education and then spending the year that I did in the Paradise Valley School District helping them, they were not set up for success with COVID, right? The families were not brought in through an onboarding a whole onboarding plan where they were able to understand what it takes to be successful. During our calls, when students are enrolling, a lot of these things are discussed with the enrollment team. So coming in, there is an awareness of what is needed. That's where it is. And we will continue to tirelessly continue to reach out to the families. There is the 10 consecutive days without login, without contact, without any of that. We have to withdraw at that point. And
Yes.
that is very clear within our expectations.
Of course. Another question I had is in regards to state testing. You listed 11 different cities you'd like to focus on throughout the state, very rural communities. And unless things have changed without somebody telling me, the not Easy Merit, ASA, however you say it. I could give my own opinions on how to pronounce that.
I'm with you.
Yeah. How are you guys going to get all the testing done? You mentioned fire stations and such.
So testing is an all hands on deck. Testing is a very specific, oh boy, it's a task, right? And that is in the teacher's job description. It is expected. All teachers, you may have to travel. You may have to travel to remote areas. It's an expected. Our testing coordinator would make a very strategic plan. Because, you know, when you're servicing the state, we have a large state. It's not like we're some small East Coast state, right? We're large. So my vision of how I would picture this working is probably starting the outer peripheral, get a certain amount of computers, start bringing them in. You know, luckily the testing window is a large testing window where time is on our side. Special education team, they handle the one-on-one testing as special education students need. But then we would focus probably Tucson would be a large testing area. Flagstaff would be a large testing area. Come back down to Metro Phoenix, that would be a large testing area. And the computers and the teachers would come in over the course of whatever that allotted time frame is that the state gives us.
Kimberly and board member, may I respond also?
Of course.
Okay, great. Yeah, in the preparation for testing sites are procured, and if there's a lease requirement, or if there's a utilization requirement or a donation requirement, that's all taken care of in advance of the testing programs. And once that facility is secured, then all of the technology and the broadband connections and everything that are required are provided for that facility. And it's basically bring it all out, have the testing, and then take it all back after the testing period's over. And what Kimberly was mentioning about proctoring is spot on. All the proctors are trained as per any requirement in the state of Arizona. And so it's very methodical. It's also very, very effective. Some of the experience that we've had, we're running 95 and 98% participation in state testing. So it's not new, and it's very effective. Thank you.
Thank you. And because these are students who are probably fairly low income, is there going to be some arrangements for getting them then to the testing site, or if they have parents who work full-time who can't get them there? All that's covered financially?
Yes, sorry, board member. Yes, I didn't mean to interrupt, but yes, it's covered that way. And also there's transportation allocation for students who need to find public transportation, and parents who need to find either private or public transportation to the testing sites. And yeah, that's all covered.
Okay, thank you for providing that information. And I did have one other question. Again, you're focusing on tribal areas as well. And you have mentioned, and it was in your application, a relationship with the Navajo tribe. But 6 of those 11 cities that you mentioned are not Navajo. Have you reached out to any of those individual communities yet? Or are those just kind of in theory, we'd like to at some point?
I personally have not. That is something that we will be building relationships with.
Okay, so
our the marketing team has been doing their research on how to market to those populations. I'm not I'm not super in deep or, with what the marketing team is doing and how they're going to do that. But they have their plans on how they will address all the different communities.
Okay, so like talking to the Charter Association and stuff, this is like, we're gonna do it in the future, but we've been applying for 3 years and we haven't done it yet. So do you have any people, your marketing team available to speak to, or are they not on the call? At the meeting?
I don't think we have anyone from marketing. Jim, would you be able to provide any more from the Excel side on the marketing end?
No, we don't have anyone on the call.
Okay.
I think
Thank you.
probably the best we could say is that as we've done with representatives of the Navajo Nation, we'll be doing with Hopi and others throughout as the enrollment is growing and areas of the state become more specific. Outreach will occur just as it has with our current efforts.
Okay, I'm just checking because anytime we have a brick and mortar school, they usually have an identified, looking in these zip codes, identifying that there's a need there, but you've only done that kind of in the Navajo area. Is that correct to say? Okay, thank you. I have no more questions. Thank you.
I would like to, circle back that this is whole state as well. So it's not solely rural. It's not solely
Of course,
Navajo.
I'm just
It's
speaking to what your application says. So that's just what I'm trying to focus on. Thank you.
President Close. I've got a few questions, maybe more than a few, if I may.
Sorry to unmute. Member Swanson, I'll get back in 1 second. Is that all right?
For sure. Thank you.
Rachel, I have a question for you.
Okay.
I'm a little confused. Is the board members that we were introduced to today the same as that were in the application?
So I actually think that Member Swanson's confusion this morning helps us a little bit here because we already did some conversation around this. So on the executive summary on pages 3 and 4, we listed the applicant background, which includes the 2 identified charter principals from the application package, which is Ms. Cox and Ms. Catyer, as well as the 2nd identified authorized representative or charter representative, which is Mr. Conance, who you've been hearing from today. I did not cover this in my introduction, so I will give a little background here. So during the application process, when an application is initially submitted, board staff compares the individuals named as charter principals, which would be the corporate board members ultimately for an approved entity. We compare those to who is listed on the Arizona Corporation Commission. If those do not match up, an applicant is at that juncture deemed administratively incomplete and they would not proceed forward. At the time of submission, this applicant was absolutely in alignment there. Ms. Cox and Ms. Catyer were listed on the application as well as the Corporation Commission. As part of our due diligence process throughout the application cycle, we do conduct background checks on the individuals named in the application package using a background screening service. And we conduct some internal searches via Google and whatnot to just make sure that the folks that we are, putting in charge of public funds are who they say they are, that everything aligns, matches up, etc. We did that for the named individuals in the application. Prior to bringing each applicant to the board, we did an additional check of the Corporation Commission, as we do with anyone going onto the board agenda. We did find at that time that this applicant had, as Ms. Cox has spoken to today, added additional members to the Corporation Commission. However, they did not submit additional documentation to us regarding those individuals. So the folks you're hearing from today as the newly added board members are not folks we had the opportunity to vet through this process that we typically go through. We did become aware at that time It does look as if those documents were filed with the Corporation Commission in early October. As a point of clarification for Ms. Cox, I do want to mention that it looks like while the Corporation Commission did process and approve one of those documents, they didn't actually update your dashboard on the Corporation Commission. So you may want to reach out to them after this meeting for that, just a little technical assistance piece for you. And so these individuals have not been vetted through the same process that we typically do vet our applicant teams. Also, and I believe you already raised this, but I do want to have as a point of clarification that this application was vetted with Ms. Cox as the head of school. I am rereading the recommendation report from the TRP and the documentation submitted. There was no indication that she was going to step out of that role after approval. And I just think it's important to note that because it does seem to be a little different than what the TRP believed to be true during the interview process.
We did let the TRP know during our interview that that was said.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Rachel. Jim, you had a few questions. Board Member Swanson?
Yes, thank you, President Close. Ms. Cox, you know, I completely understand the chronically absent issue and the tremendous cost to the state and the kids that are chronically absent for not completing their education. So I commend you in going after this this population as well as the focus on Native American. In light of that, which I totally agree with, you also have an ECAP of 1,500, which is a massive number of students. And looking at your own data in your own application, which I'm probably not going to be able to find it, but you list a bunch of the online schools, and the only one that comes close, well, Primavera Online has more than 1,500, but they have an abysmal graduation rate. And if you're focused on, and we've been talking a lot about Native American, I want to make sure that is your focus, because we talked about sports and that's not in your application. And you talk about, you know, other students, but is this really where you're going to focus? Or are we going to find out in 2 or 3 years that you're just, you know, taking students away from other AOIs in other areas, or taking students out of other district schools where you're maybe able to get some low hanging fruit? I want to really understand in your heart the commitment to this direction.
Yeah, the chronically absent is who we are primarily targeting. However, with that being said, when we're, as Rachel stated in the beginning, our doors are open to all. We will be, the marketing team will strategize. That is who we are targeting. With that being said, you know, social media, commercials, radio, it's not only chronically absent kids that are tuning in, right? It's everybody. Then there's also word of mouth. Word of mouth happens. One student goes, you don't know their friends are going to go. So yes, chronically absent students are who we are targeting. Rural areas is one of the areas that we're targeting. As we continue to get information on the chronically absent, I think the study that Helios and West Ed just did in July is very telling. There are kids from public schools as well in the metro area that are chronically absent as well. So providing an option for them to be successful, I think, is our ultimate goal.
Thank you. But I would also say that just on the devil's advocate, there are a lot of AOI options out there. And so kind of what's your differentiator?
Well, a couple of things here. And, you know, I've worked for other AOIs. I've seen what they have available and I've seen what we have available. From a teacher's perspective, we provide amazing support for our teachers, thanks to Excel. Their curriculum department has created amazing curriculum maps that if a student needs a supplement in some strand, the supplements are all aligned. Our teachers receive amazing professional development. It's a great place to work for a teacher. Our students, it's very streamlined for our students. they come in, especially when we're talking about maybe our kids who may be on an IEP or younger kids, kids that may not be super familiar with technology. It's very student-led. They open up, they log in, everything. It's kind of like Target. It's one-stop shopping for the students. They log in on their LMS, their learning management system is there. All of the supplementals are there. It's single sign-on. They're iReady diagnostic. They click the link on the left of their homepage. It's it just kind of guides them through their day. Their landing page shows this is your course card. This is what needs to be done today. They have a to-do on the right side that they just click throughout the day and get their tasks completed. If they need to sign in to the big blue button for a live session or a small group, it's right there for them. And it's single sign-on. It's very simple. It's not, and for the learning coach, it's much easier. They go in and it's right there. It's not, wait, where do I go for this? How do I get to this? What time is that? It's all in one landing page.
Okay, that's helpful. How'd you get to 1,500 ECAP?
I think that was through collaboration with Excel, seeing what they're seeing through the other states, seeing what we're seeing with other schools, and thinking it's a high number, sure, but it's realistic and it's attainable. So I'm going to get to the relationship with your partner. So can you weather a slow ramp up that, let's say, takes 4 or 5 years financially, make the investments and keep the staff? I believe we can, yes.
Because I just haven't seen, and I have real concerns over AOIs in general, because we have taken, and this is not picking on you, but we've taken a kind of a plunge into the AOI world, and I'm really nervous about outcomes. But if we're able to capture kids that aren't in school anyways, I think that's a win. But I don't want to hide behind, we have to have really, we have to get these kids graduated with a quality education. And that's my concern. So saying that's why 1,500, I haven't seen it yet in all of the other AOIs that have been allowed. And I see more of a general, shifting towards maybe people want to be brick and mortar. I know how challenging the rural communities are and our Native American communities, how difficult a lot of those things are. So I applaud you. Again, I want that focus there. I don't think we need a lot of focus in Scottsdale or in Peoria or Glendale on AOI. So that's what I really want to see. And I want to make sure that we're doing that. And if you do get through today and the board's so inclined to approve you, I would love to see a mechanism where we can come back and see how we're doing against specifically on that target, chronically absent Native American. And so maybe after this, I'll ask Ashley or somebody from staff to comment on how we can track that. So you guys are already, your sponsor is already in the community, yes?
Who are you referring to with our sponsor? Mr. Gray? Are you talking about Richard Gray?
No, I'm talking about
Member Swanson, are you referencing the education service provider Excel Schools?
Yeah, that's why I was just trying to find it and make sure, because I get the Excel, yeah.
And what do you mean by already?
You're already your ESP is already involved in a school in Mesa.
Correct.
Or Tempe,
yes,
right?
Academy of Community Partners. Yes.
Okay, and so is there a reason you didn't apply for an AOI through them?
I think that it's 2 different populations and 2 different schools.
Okay.
ACP is a local school. They do have their online component. I'm not super familiar with the background and ongoings of ACP.
Yeah, board member Jim Conant's here. I have a little bit of background on that, if I may.
Please.
Yeah, actually, there was an intent to file AOI for the Academy with community partners, but also the law had changed, and through executive order that site-based charter schools were able then to offer an AOI program without going through the process. And that advisement came from Ashley and from Shannon Black and Rachel Hanna. So there is an AOI in operation there as part of their site-based charter.
And Mr. Swanson, if I may just provide a little bit clarification on that. So the charter that we were talking about, community partnership, they are utilizing the statutory flexibilities under the instructional time model to allow for remote learning under the brick and mortar that they currently are working with.
Okay.
And if I may add one additional piece, that does not mean that they are an AOI. It means they provide online instruction to students. Additionally, I think it is relevant to note that that charter is not eligible to file for an AOI because they do not meet the board's criteria for expansion.
And I believe they're primarily, if not fully, high school.
Okay. Lots of info there. I appreciate it. But you're going to be K through 12, right?
Ultimately, yes. Each year, we're going to start K-8
Right.
and then kind of roll. Mhm.
Okay, so, you know, this is hard for me. You know, the whole, first of all, getting into evaluating and stepping in the shoes of the TRP and kind of looking at their judgment on things is hard because we, you know, the state board goes out and really tries to vet professionals and look at what's going on. But given this is your third time through, and you have a 781 page application. I have looked at every page. I have not read every page. But I want to talk about the experience of 2021 versus 2022. So correct me if I'm wrong, but in 2021, the TRP recommended for approval, but you missed the Rio Salado piece by
3/10 of a point.
Yeah, I went back and looked at the data. I think it was a little more than that, but it wasn't a full point. 0.6 something, I think, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But so you missed by that, but that was your business, right? And that was kind of the rules, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So this year we come back and I understand I've asked a lot of questions about this of staff. So the TRP is different, but they say no, but on your Rio Salado, I believe you're above 98%.
Correct.
So can you take the right amount of time and explain for me kind of why we went backwards and, you know, and why I think what you're asking a little bit is, hey, we've been through this before. We've passed before. I know the TRP says no now, but this is our third time through. We know what we're doing. Give us a pass. And you haven't asked for that. So I'm not saying that. Those are your words, but tell me what happened in 21 versus 22. And I'm really going to listen hard because it's important to me.
You know, you're asking a question I think I've thought about every night since that I've gone to bed over the course of the 2 years. We did start this process 3 years ago. However, year one was sort of halted due to COVID and everything closing down. So last year was our true full first year experience in going through the TRP, Rio Salado, all of those things. You know, our application has not changed much year over year. With, if anything, it has been refined, and we've been complimented by members here today on that it is a much more solid application, that it is more well written. Year one, our scores were significantly lower than they are this year, and we were recommended and approved by the TRP with much lower scores. Our educational plan in 2021 was a 57.7. This year, it's 85.96 with a 28.26% increase. Our operational plan in 2021 was 86.67%. This year, it's an 88% with a 1.33% increase. Our business plan, we're very proud of this one. It was 59.57% in 2021. This year, it's 93.62%, 34.05% increase. Our AOI at Rio Salado was a 94.32, 7/10. I was getting my 3 and 7 mixed up. 94.32%. This year, we're at 98.84% with a 4.52% increase. So in 2021, our interview with the TRP, it was a very different interview than we had this year. Different people, it's going to be different. And they recommended approval with lower scores. This year.
Can I just, Rachel, can you help me? Ms. Cox used a number on the 2021 educational plan of 50 something, but I think they were actually flat 21 to 22, roughly both 86 points.
So the educational plan was an 86.07 in 21 and an 85.96 in 22. I think that we might be talking about the business plan, which was 59.58 in 21.
Or maybe the first
93.62. Oh, first round in 2020, all scores were in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, but in the 2021, isn't there like a first reading and then they have the meeting and then they give another?
Always.
What was the educational in 2021 the first time around?
Oh, on the initial review, I don't have that information.
At any rate, Ms. Cox, I think you used a number that was from somewhere else because your education plan was about flat 21 to 22.
Okay. I must have pulled the wrong number in my notes.
Very slightly down, but that doesn't. It's roughly 86. So what were the things that the TRP missed this year that you had in there last year in the interview? Because none of your scores last year put you over the top based on just the review, right? You had to go through the interview process, the capacity interview. So, and you got there. So what didn't they hear, or what didn't they ask, or what weren't you able to convey last year that you weren't able to do this year?
Really, what I felt the TRP in 2021 was focused on was the students, the plan, the curriculum, the short cycle assessments. How are we going to assess our students? They were much more concerned, just to make an analogy, much more concerned about what goes on under the roof. This year's TRP seemed to be a lot more concerned about the relationship of the ESP and the relationship with my role, having taken on a position with Excel, as well as kind of just the understanding of how the school will function with the ESP. And I'm not sure, I mean, just being completely candid, I don't know that we did a very good job at clarifying the role of the head of school and how they are the one that is making the decisions with the board, and the ESP is there to support them. So I don't know that let me tell you, Mr. Swanson, that is a question that I think about daily, and I'm a little baffled myself, if I'm being honest.
And for new board members, you know, I've been one that has consistently respected the TRP and their viewpoints, and but I do see that, you know, there is, as you dig into all the different questions and the half points and the full points and the meeting and the approaching and the, you know, there is obviously subjectivity in these processes that I do see, but I'm, you know, am listening hard to what you missed or thought you may have missed in the interview. To staff or to Executive Director Berg, you know, is there, to the question that I was asking before about, you know, the commitment to chronically absent and Native American communities, is there anything that we can do other than just make sure we follow up and see how they're doing?
Member Swanson, President Close, and board members, no, there really isn't, right? With the Arizona Online Instruction School, you know, by law, they're open to all, right? So from that perspective, there really is no parameters that we could put in that would restrict or even from like I know it's probably not where we're headed, but even if we're thinking about like, you know, different expectations for this charter, we really have to follow on our dashboards that have been approved by the board and keep those consistent for all schools. So what we typically do with all of our schools is we have a first and second year visit that it's specific to the charter contract itself. It looks at making sure that there's compliance. However, it does allow for the flexibility that's allowed under AOI. So I know that's not answering a question, but Member Swanson, I'm trying really hard to be creative in what we can do to give some comfort here. And quite frankly, I think for ensuring fairness and ensuring that we have our practices consistent, I just don't know how we could put additional parameters around it.
President Close, this is Carlos Ruiz. Having heard all of this and listening to board member Swanson, I kind of am taking a little bit of attack, I think, with him. And Ashley, just what you said, you know, the other thing is the enrollment cap. Mr. Swanson talked about enrollment cap. Is there something that in the enrollment cap in the approval process, maybe if where that gets modified in year, you know, two or three, maybe if it's not so aggressive, or would that then hamper their ability to be viable financially? But I guess if they're not if they can't get to this enrollment cap in such a quick time to be financially viable, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to figure out, you know, they are trying to be some, you know, their target students, you know, is desirable to help these students, but I do hear a lot of the hesitation, and I think we're just trying to figure out a way to get there.
Thank you.
Member Ruiz, President Close, if I may, it is within the board's discretion to unapprove an enrollment cap. Now, what's included in here in the plan is an enrollment cap in year 1 of 500, year 2 is 1,000, and then year 3 ultimately be 1,500, and that enrollment cap would then stay at 1,500 ongoing. In the past, the board has made some decisions to change that enrollment cap or change the slow growth model. Usually how that happens is that's a discussion that board members have with the applicant and figuring out what those year 1, year 2, and year 3, and then year 4 and beyond enrollment caps would be going forward.
If that is a hurdle, that is definitely something we could be flexible on, and we would be open to discussion.
So, President Close, may I speak?
Sure.
So, with this, I think, ECAP increases are fairly, they're not a major hurdle. And if Ashley or Rachel want to comment on that, that would be good. I would like to see something smaller, and then see how we're doing, and if we're knocking it out of the park, that would be awesome. And then you can get more. It's not, you're not being hampered by capacity of facility. We're not asking you to build a 1,500 seat school and then not allowing you. And this is really, I think this, if we were go 300, 600, 900, or 250, 500, 750, something like that, that could make me a little happier, because then I get to see how you're doing if you're knocking it out of the park.
I'd be fine with that personally. And Board Member Swanson, I'd just like to echo a prior comment of yours in that if there's any success from this model, then that should be considered a win. But I'm also with you in that I'm not, I think I'm with you. I don't want to speak for you. I guess personally, I'm just not 100% convinced that this would be as successful as it may be presented. I think there are certain practical limitations that would have to be faced. But insofar as any success, I'd be happy to see that. And I'd be fine with a recommendation that you put forth of maybe an enrollment cap of 750 or so.
President Close and Member Swanson, one thing I do want to clarify. So an enrollment cap is considered expansion for a charter once it is approved. A charter is only eligible for expansion if it meets the board's academic, operational, and financial expectations. This charter would submit its annual audit after its first year of operation, which would then get it a financial dashboard. Unfortunately, it will not receive a letter grade in its first year. So it would not be able to get a letter grade and come before you for expansion until after the conclusion of its second year of operation. And it is important to note that letter grades are generally issued in November or December. As such, they really would not be able to increase that enrollment cap until year 4, based on the way that timeframes generally lay out. Just as a point of clarification as you consider whether you wish to approve and if you want to change up those numbers.
Thank you, Rachel. Go ahead, Jim.
Oh, sorry, President Close. Rachel, that was clear as mud. Thank you. I think I understand. Just going to take a long time. I get that, but I also don't see, Ashley, if you could, in their application, they showed a list of the online schools. Is there anybody beyond Primavera that has 750 students?
I can think of a few that have a couple hundred, getting close to 1,000, but I think predominantly our AOIs are much smaller. And I think it's important to note too, with Primavera and some of our online models, what is different about them in comparison to ACLP is that they're more supplemental, or they're used in as more of a concurrent or dual enrollment with the district or the charter school. Whereas I believe the model here would be more full-time. That's what you're gearing towards, is more a full-time model with ACLP, whereas Primavera, most of those students are more part-time.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could just comment on real quickly, Jim, on the enrollment cap, and we're talking about, I was going to second that too, about how a lot of the AOIs don't really have a large enrollment. But there is a significant need to use the Navajo Nation just as a specific example. if we just break it down, there's probably, let me just figure it out, school-age children probably in the area of, I'd say 75 to 80,000 kids. And of those chronic absentee candidates, let's be conservative and say 10%, that's 7,500 to, 10,000 kids. So if we have an enrollment cap of 750, I think it's fine. And we'd be able to find if there is success, we'll be able to see it. And I guess my point is just that there would probably still be additional need, even if they are successful. But I would like to see how they perform first before we really give them an open slate.
President Close. Oh,
yes.
I'm so sorry, Board Member Swanson. I just real quick. I think I kind of want to touch on something that Board Member Swanson said, and also Board Member Barr. One of the concerns that I have, or I just keep getting some question marks, so I just want to put it out there as food for thought, is that I think that the information that's been shared and the I'm losing my words, I'm so sorry, the community that is trying to be served, I'm not sure that there are questions there. I have questions.
Yeah,
not anything to ask right now. It just seems like, yes, we'll get a plan for that, or yes, we'll do that. And that is a concern for me, because I would like to have already had, well, we thought of that already, and here's where we're going. And they did, Ms. Cox, you did a great job as far as the Navajo goes. And I know that you have contacts with different service providers and things like that, but there are just still some questions that I have as well. Nothing to ask, just questions leading to concerns to make sure that this is successful. I really, really want to make sure that not only is this serving students and the population that you're looking to serve, but also for all members involved, that there's not a massive loss of money on your part. I'm concerned about success and for everybody involved. I just don't want to see, that's just putting that out there, my 2 cents.
Thank you, Jessica. Board Member Swanson.
I was going to just ask kind of a question of Ms. Cox. If we went to year 1, 250, year 2, 500, year 3, 750, would the applicant go forward with that, do you think, or would they withdraw their application?
Yes, we would go forward with that.
Thank you. President Close, Mr. Stratton has his hand raised.
Okay.
He's being very patient.
Yeah.
Board Member Stratton, just speak up.
All right, President Close. I've listened to the discussion. I just want to weigh in here. I believe that we need to, as others have mentioned, do everything that we can to encourage educational opportunities for folks in the rural areas, and especially on tribal lands and among the population of students that the applicant's trying to reach out to here. I too echo some of the concerns of other board members, but I would be supportive of Board Member Swanson's proposal to put some lower caps on this so we can see how this pans out. And I really echo President Close, your comment that any success in this area, any improvement is success. And I think that I would like to see obviously success in that area as well. And I would be supportive of the proposal that Board Member Swanson's laying out. That's all I have.
Thank you.
President Close.
Yes.
Board Member Swanson, I am so sorry. I wrote most of what you said down, but could you go over those enrollment caps just one more time for me, please?
Yeah, I said year 1, they were at 500, just cut it in half. year two, so 250, then go to 500 instead of 1,000, and then 750 instead of 1,500. And that would be their cap. So kind of just having what they have in the model, and then understanding that Rachel says it's going to take a long time to get back in front of us. I hope you have wild success and come twist our arms to do something different if that's the case. And if you're creating magic in the chronically absent and Native American communities, I would be the first to rally behind some compromise to go forward.
Very good. Any other questions or comments from the board? Is there any will to make a motion?
This is Jessica. I will make a motion. Based
Okay.
upon a review of the contents of the portfolio provided for Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners, Inc., and the information provided by representatives of Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners, Inc., during consideration, and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to approve the application package and grant a charter to Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners, Inc. to establish virtual preparatory academy of Arizona to serve grades K through 12 using an Arizona online instruction model, specifically grades K through 8, with an enrollment cap of 250 in year 1, grades K through 10 with an enrollment cap of 500 in year 2, and grades K through 11 with an enrollment cap of 750 in year 3. And then an enrollment cap, we'll keep the 750 for year 4 and beyond.
And grades K through 12.
K through 12, yes.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Board Member Stratton seconds. Please take the vote.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Abstain.
Dr. Crockett,
I'm going to say no, vote no, because I believe the leadership issue isn't satisfactorily answered.
Ms. Foster,
I'm going no right now.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
I'll vote aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Thank you for answering all of the litany of questions. Aye.
President Close.
I just want to say again, I'm not 100% convinced this will be successful, but I am hopeful. So with that sentiment, I will vote aye.
Motion passes by majority.
All right, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you all so much for this time and this honor.
Thank you. Wish you much success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks for all the time that you gave us today.
Thank you for giving it to us.
Thank you to the board for all the time you've given. All right, Rachel, so we move on.
Absolutely.
So real quickly, so the original applicant for 3J3 was withdrawn, so J4 is Heartwood.
Correct. Thank you. Heartwood AZ has submitted a new charter application package to open Heartwood AZ, providing a Montessori model serving grades K through 12 in Mesa. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package meets the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant scored 95% or better in the educational, operational, and business plans. The applicant participated in a capacity interview with the TRP. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be approved.
Any questions right now for Rachel? If none, is there a representative from the applicant? Hardwood, Arizona representative. Are you there?
Sherry, you're on mute. There you go.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Sherry Sampson. I'm going to be the executive director.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. So good morning to all the board members and the administrative team. I am the applicant and executive director of Heartwood, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank the administrative team, the TRP, and along with the board members today for all of your time and talent that you bring to our opportunity to present this application. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank a very well-balanced board that has come together that includes a Montessori parent that hasn't been involved in Montessori for the past 8 years. One of our board members is a past Montessorian, excuse me, and is currently a business member in Arizona with IT background. We also have a board member who is in government affairs strategist, along with another nonprofit major in her portfolio. Heartwood Montessori will be a K-12 Spanish bilingual school. We will be providing an authentic Montessori environment to the underserved community of Central Mesa. Heartwood is anticipating being a Title I school. I have over 25 years of educational experience in Montessori and charter schools. I'm very excited about this opportunity and to be able to serve this community of students and families. The area in which we have to locate ourselves has a very low graduation rate. Should our application be approved, this will be my 4th school to have founded and to be able to utilize my knowledge and my leadership. For those of you that are not familiar with Montessori, a small short recap because it's a little more in-depth than I'm going to bring to the table in the essence of time. The Montessori method was founded over 125 years ago by a doctor and scientist, Dr. Maria Montessori, to address the timeless and universal needs of children from birth to 18 years. The focus of the program is each student's individual educational and emotional development. Again, I want to thank you for your time and talent, and we ask for your approval of our application. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board? I think this is pretty straightforward. No questions or comments? Is there a motion?
This is Jessica. Based on a review of the content of the portfolio provided for Heartwood AZ and the information provided by representatives of Heartwood AZ during consideration, and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to approve the application package and grant a charter to Heartwood AZ to establish Heartwood AZ to serve grades K through 10 with an enrollment cap of 222 in year 1, grades K through 11 with an enrollment cap of 302 in year 2, and grades K through 12 with an enrollment cap of 381 in year 3 and beyond.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Board Member Stratton seconds. And let's take the vote.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close,
Aye.
motion passes unanimously.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all.
Okay, Rachel.
Member
who's
Close, you
next?
do have
Premier
public, yeah, you have public comment on this one, so we'll want to start there.
I was going to say though, quickly, board members, we're approaching noon. Did you all want to break or you want ready to just work on through?
Could we have a few minutes?
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5:10.
Yeah, let's just be back at 12.
Yep. All right, everybody, cameras,
Thank you.
we'll just recess till 12.
Any public comments. They went on a break. I can understand that. They need to go on break. I can't believe I had to pee 3 times. And I think the more I was thinking about it, the worse I had to pee. And then I said, oh, I got to stop drinking.
Sherry,
Oh.
I'm sorry you are not on mute. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, Ashley.
You're very welcome.
Oh my God, I turned off.
Sherry, just let me share back on mute.
Oh my gosh, I'm hitting.
Sherry.
I have muted you, Ms. Sampson. You can stay muted.
That was a very sad face, Stephanie.
I didn't have time to go get more coffee. So
I
I
understand. My husband came home for lunch and I begged him to bring me a cup of tea, so I lucked out. So
I mean, it's the biggest coffee mug I currently have, and it was full, and now it no longer is.
and now it's not. That's okay. We're almost there.
Stephanie, I have 3 things lined up here so that I didn't run out of stuff.
Well, I have my coffee, I have my LaCroix. Oh, I got a Christmas card.
Look, you're all prepared.
I did also not have enough time to get more coffee, but
I think we need a 5-minute coffee break.
I was going to say, President Close, I think you could take those decisions.
Yeah, that's fine. We're okay.
We depend on you to keep us caffeinated.
It's virtual, you know. Again, limitations.
It's okay. Starbucks has an app.
Okay, it's noon. Is everyone back?
President Close, when you are ready, we'll go ahead and take roll call just to make sure everyone is back.
All right, Ashley. Well, let's go ahead. I'm ready. So let's go ahead and do roll call now.
Great.
Absolutely. President Close,
Here.
Vice President Montier,
Here.
Superintendent Hoffman, Mr. Chimoni, Ms. Barr,
Here.
Dr. Crockett,
Present.
Ms. Foster,
Here.
Mr. Ruiz,
I'm here.
Mr. Stratton,
Here.
Mr. Swanson,
I'm back.
President Close, you have a quorum.
All right, we'll go ahead and keep on trucking here. Premier Prep Online Academy, we had 2 individuals that had submitted a call to the public request. So we'll go ahead and start with Nick Shurman. Are you there, Nick? Mr. Shurman? Can see you. Your connection seems to be a little spotty. Did you want to hold on and we'll come back to you?
He's
Okay. All right, Mr. Sherman, we'll come back to you in a second. Becky, oh, Mr. Sherman, are you there? You seem better.
Is that better for you guys?
Yeah, sounds better. See you better.
I had to take it off my Wi-Fi. Thank you. President Close, Vice President Montier, members of the board. My name is Nick Sherman. I've been in education for 22 years. And recently, I am the founder and executive director of Victory Collegiate Academy. And we are going on our 6th year here in Maryvale. I'm excited to give my vote of confidence and endorsement for Premier Prep Online Academy. Specifically for Eric Gray and Sarah Williams. They have a very unique online model that will be serving student athletes. As a student athlete myself in high school, I participated in many club and travel teams and ended up playing collegiately and semi-professionally. And I just wish that there was a school structured like Premier Prep Online Academy is structured for athletes like myself. You'll see that Eric and Sarah have the capacity and have the background in both athletic and in education. What you won't see on paper is their drive and their character and their hustle and their grit and their wherewithal to really make this a successful program and a program that I think is very sustainable. That is all I have for you guys today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yep.
And moving on, thank you. Noted. Becky Kruger, are you here?
I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, President Close and board members, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Premier Prep Online Academy. I'm Becky Kruger. I'm the past operations director at the Lead Charter Network, and I'm currently the owner and operator for Education Compliance Services. For full disclosure, I'm also Sarah Williams' mother, and I have known Eric for probably 36 years. And over those years, I have seen both of them, witnessed both of them grow to the great education leaders that they are today. Because of their diverse talents, Eric in sports and Sarah with education, she holds a couple of master's degrees and she has taught anywhere from K to 12. She's a principal currently at Leading Edge Academy Online. And I know as a team, they can successfully lead PPOA to be the effective education forum that their targeted population that they show in their application. Additionally, besides my support and my background in grants and compliance and operations and budgeting, all those things that, of course, I plan on helping them with and making them be even more successful. They have support from other educational groups and people that will help them be fiscally strong and operationally strong and educationally strong. And I just encourage the board to vote to approve their charter contract. I know I'm a little biased because I'm Sarah's mom, but I also know that she really is great at all those things. Even if I wasn't her mom, someone would say that if it wasn't me. And Eric's great too.
Thank you for your full disclosure there.
Thanks.
And thank you for your comments. All right, Rachel.
All right, Premier Prep Online Academy has submitted a new charter application package to open Premier Prep Online Academy, providing a model serving grades K through 12 as a fully online program statewide. The applicant proposes a model with a specialized learning experience focused on student athletes and other talent-driven students. I'll let them define that for you, providing them an opportunity to engage in their coursework while concurrently pursuing their individual talents and interests. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored a 60.69%, the operational plan scored 82.14%, and the business plan scored 91.49%. Additionally, the revised AOI package submitted by the applicant was reviewed by Rio Salado Community College and was determined to meet the required criteria for approval. The applicant participated in a capacity interview with the TRP. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be approved. I'm available if you have any questions.
All right, thank you, Rachel. Any initial questions or comments for Rachel? If not, is there a representative from the applicant?
We're both here.
Okay.
Sarah Williams, we're here together. So I am Sarah Williams. I will be the Director of Education and serve as the principal in the first year for Premier Prep Online Academy. I do have this will be my 20th year. Next school year will be my 20th year in education. I've taught all school levels, pre-K all the way through 12th grade. Additionally, I was part-time faculty for Northern Arizona University for 7 years, and I taught undergraduate students going into the teaching profession. I taught mostly in Chandler Unified School District, and then most recently, I've been the principal for Leading Edge Academy Online. We have a 4-year graduation rate of 95% built on relationships that we've built with our students, serving them in a way that is different than other AOIs. I just wanted to clarify that our application is actually 7th through 12th grade, not K-12. Apologies, Rachel.
My apologies. You are correct.
We are not planning on serving the grades K through 6, just 7th through 12th grade. And then this is Eric Gray.
Yep. My name is Eric Gray. This is my 16th year in education, all in charter schools. I've worked for Lead Charter Schools, served in many different capacities there. I've been an assistant principal in both elementary and secondary, an athletic director on site, a district athletic director. I've taught elementary, middle school, high school, both in the classroom and physical education. I'm also served in the roles of Director of Marketing for Lead Charter Schools, as well as the Director of Transportation.
Premier Prep Online Academy will serve students statewide. Our target population, which was most of the questions that the technical review panel had for us, our target population is talent-driven students. We define talent-driven students as any student who has a talent or passion where they need a flexible school day option to properly pursue that talent. For our first year, our main target population and focus will be building and maintaining relationships with elite prep basketball programs and club soccer teams, serving student athletes with rigorous online instruction paired with expertise in ABORG, high school graduation requirements, and NCAA requirements so that they are academically and athletically ready to step onto the playing field once they become a collegiate athlete. We also plan to be fully accredited by Cognia by the end of our first year, and we're excited to serve students in Arizona in an AOI model, but in a new and innovative way. And thank you for having us today, President Close and board staff.
All right, thank you for your comments. Are there any questions from the board?
This is Ms. Barr. I do have a couple of quick questions for you. Number one, so you're currently with Leading Edge Online, correct? What is the kind of ongoing relationship going to be with Leading Edge? Because you're applying for a completely separate charter entity, correct?
We will both be resigning at the end of this school year to start Premier Prep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question, just kind of my AOI question, when it comes to testing, because you could have students a couple hundred miles away from you. What is the plan for standardized testing when it comes time?
Actually, our model is going to be with regionally. So we will have a Phoenix regional director and a Pima County Tucson regional director. So those will be kind of like our on the ground, on site support. We already have our charter is written to partner with existing community spaces. So we don't believe that there's a need to build any, new, or acquire any facilities, but to use existing community spaces as is, like community centers, libraries, conference rooms, things like that. So we will have people on the ground to run and coordinate the testing. Additionally, with NCAA standards, if we have student athletes, coaches, or anyone that works with them in the athletics department cannot test, so we will have staff that we will pay to travel to those places to conduct in-person testing.
So if you have a student randomly up in Kingman, you're prepared and have plans in place to send a teacher up there to administer.
And or reserve a space there and have people there, yes.
And we hope to add a Northern Arizona region, but we don't have any partnerships at this time. We do have about 170 students at this point who are on teams that we've already talked to and created as their academic partner.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Member Barr. Any other questions? I had a question about Leading Edge, and you covered that, Stephanie. So thank you.
President Close, I do
President
believe.
Close.
I hear Board Member Swanson, I believe.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for coming before us today, Sarah and Eric. This is actually a question, I think, for Ashley or Rachel, sorry. In the executive summary, it just shows 2 corporate board members. Do we have the same kind of issue we had before, and do we need to hear about that?
So this entity does have a similar issue with only having 2 of the 3 officially identified in the application. Mr. Shorman, who you heard from at the beginning, is identified in the application, but has not yet been added in the applicant materials or to the Arizona Corporation Commission. A marked difference here is we are aware of Mr. Sherman. He has been through our due diligence process when he went through the new charter application process, as he currently does run a charter school. They do have a minor bylaw discrepancy issue, which I think would be a great question for the applicant.
I'll speak to that. We do in our bylaws allow for 5 members on our board, and as going through the process, we've realized that, especially with Sarah and I both being on the board, updating those bylaws to include 7 members is probably more beneficial as we move forward. And we plan to do that within the next 30 to 60 days after approval. And then additionally, we have already identified, in addition to Nick Sherman, 2 other board members, which would put us at 5 currently, that we plan to add to the Arizona Corporation Commission, as well as the Arizona State Charter Board within the next 30 days as well. One of those members is an existing board member for another school, so that you guys already do have their packet as well. He has a background in HR for another school district. And the last one is a business member who has a background in both insurance and finance. We felt that was important to have on our board as well.
Thank you. Mr. Close, I've got a follow-up question, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Completely different. So, you've got a unique business model, which you heard us kind of touch on if you were in the presentation for Excel. So I hear a lot in your application about, catering to students that have talents that they want to pursue. And knowing that, just the trend in athletics, high school athletics has been a lot, moving towards more club-based sports and maybe full-time single sport pursuit, which is, I think, a detriment to children in general, but I can't change that. I wish it was, but I see that. So helping kids chase a talent, where does academic excellence fall in this? Because if you've got as many students as you want to have, the success for them to getting into D1 programs, let alone D2 or D3 programs, is going to be wildly disparate. And I've seen kids chase dreams, and I've seen adults chase dreams in baseball, and it can be messy. And I just want to know where academic excellence falls in your world, if you could talk about that.
I can say that it's our top value. Our adopted LMS is academically rigorous. It's something that I've used the last 4 years with our successful graduation rate at Leading Edge Academy Online. And I can speak as I have a master's in curriculum and instruction. That was my first master's. And so looking at curriculum and ensuring that it meets the
Arizona State academic standards, and that there's curriculum crosswalks in place where that doesn't happen, to ensure that students they have access. I can also speak to the online world where in a typical school, I heard this when I was a teacher in CUSD, you have fidelity to the core, but you're only expected to teach maybe 80% of that curriculum. Our students have access to 100% of the curriculum. They receive instruction in 100% of the Arizona State standards. And that's something that doesn't happen in person, I don't believe, if you're only told that you have to teach to 80%. So our students have not only an LMS that is rigorous with rigorous curriculum that aligns to the Arizona State academic standards, but also we are going to hire highly qualified teachers to serve our students, and teachers with, they don't have to have online teaching experience, but just experience in general is what we're looking for. Teachers that have been successful with students in, a variety of models is what we're looking for. But our top value is academic success, and we want to set students up for success in a collegiate environment. Student athletes, college-bound student athletes, and students who go into their freshman and sophomore year typically those students are doing some of their classes, if not all of their classes, online. So we want to make sure that they're ready for the balance of, excuse me, the balance of playing and practicing, and also being able to stay on track with their academics. So we want to ensure that they're ready across the board. And then if they do step away from athletics because they get something else, or they decide that they want to pursue something else, their academics are not altered. So they will follow and make sure they will be following all of the A board requirements and all the high school graduation requirements, so that if they transfer or if they step away from their talent and they want to do something else, they will graduate successfully.
Thank you. I just want you to make sure you keep that passion and balance going forward.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
President Close, this is Carlos Reese.
Please.
Hi. Hi. So this is an online, just like what we went through before. This is open to all Arizona students. Is that correct?
If they are a resident in the state of Arizona, it is open to all students.
Okay.
Correct.
Knowing that your model is geared towards a certain, but it is open to other students. And the enrollment cap that you have, do you think that are there 1,225 target population type students in Arizona that are sports or performance type focus that we just kind of had a discussion about enrollment.
Yeah, we were here for that.
Online and
yes.
So
yeah, I can speak to that. I do truly believe there are. We've at this point done little to no marketing at all, obviously, because we haven't been approved. And we have letters of memorandum from 3 different organizations, and then discussions with a couple others. And right now I feel confident in that our number is at 150, about somewhere in that range, 150 to 170, with no marketing. And that's just basketball programs and soccer programs. Really, the idea for Premier Prep, also beyond the basketball programs, came from me and my daughter doing gymnastics. We'd walk in at 3:30 to gymnastics, and her gymnastics class, and there would be 50 girls school age in there training and doing their training. And obviously they had been there forever. So my mind kind of got wandering and talking to people there at the organization she was involved in about what type of schooling these student athletes were doing. And I do believe in not just gymnastics, but high level dance, high level, pretty much anything high level these days. Student athletes are training during those times that the facility might not be open to the public or the general public. Yeah.
And also to speak to that, the second part of that story is that Leading Edge Academy has been Leading Edge Academy Online has been the academic partner for Phoenix Prep, and it's an elite basketball program in the state of Arizona. And I had 15 students last year, and this year I have 65. So that percentage of students grew rapidly. And it's really because they want an academic partner that provides the rigorous online instruction, and they want to ensure that all of their students are ready to step into all of my students that I had last year got offers to D1 and D2 schools, and their school was being paid for. And these are some students that may or may not have another way to pay for college. So that athletic offer is really important, and then we want them to be sustainable. We also know we've spoken to ASU and U of A, and that freshman class of students that go to school and that are freshmen, not all of them are staying their freshman year. A lot of students do not make it through. We want to ensure that they're ready to meet those challenges.
This is Jessica. I have a quick question, kind of touching on the collegiate part of it. Can you talk about some partnerships that you have with, the D1, D2 schools? Maybe you don't have partnerships necessarily, but if you have these student athletes, and I realize that for the most part, they're going to kind of get there on their own athletic ability, but it always helps to have backup, right? So what does that look like in your area as far as, you know, partnerships, any sort of marketing strategies, things like that, so that those students can have a seamless transition between remote instruction, and then when they go to college, they might not have that as an opportunity. So what does that transition look like for them to ensure success post-secondarily?
So first of all, I've been our NCAA coordinator for our school for the last 2 years. So I've had a lot of meetings with just the NCAA in general to ensure, and there's a college bound student athlete document guide, and the guide actually states that students do practice about 67% of their day, and about 33% of their day is spent on academics. So in order to ensure that they're ready for that amount of their smaller amount of time to be successful in their academics with a larger practice schedule, depending on what sport they play and what season that they're in. That's why we try to have a schedule that mimics that. That's what we propose, is to have a schedule that's a little bit more like a college. And then also knowing and speaking to some D1 and D2 schools, that those students are about 50% online classes and 50% in person. So making sure that they're ready for that rigor. And additionally, as an online student, you have to be able to self-advocate for yourself. You have to be able to ask for help. You need to be able to email an instructor. You need to be able to have a conversation with somebody that is your counselor or your academic advisor. They're having conversations with, I have a student who's going on an official visit, and we're working on what do you say and how do you conduct yourself on an official visit. All of those things are, just small pieces to ensure that these students are prepared for their future, because we want them to be successful. We also want them to have a highly successful high school career as well, where they feel supported. And that's why our model is built on establishing relations with not just the students, but the teams, the families, and the community as well.
Did that answer your question?
Did that answer your question? It's like little.
All right. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions from the board? Let's roll through. Does anybody see anything? Is there any desire to make a motion?
This is Jessica. Excuse me. Based upon a review of the contents of the portfolio provided for Premier Prep Online Academy and the information provided by representatives of Premier Prep Online Academy, easy for me to say, during consideration and given it's within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to approve the application package and grant a charter to Premier Prep Online Academy to establish Premier Prep Online Academy to serve grades 7 through 12 with an enrollment cap of 375 in year 1, an enrollment cap of 750 in year 2, and an enrollment cap of 1,225 in year 3 and beyond.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That member Stratton?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a second, motion and a second. Please take the vote.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
Just a comment. I'm going to vote aye, but please take care of these kids and don't let them get eaten up by a system that I think is prone to abuse. So
100%. Absolutely agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, was that an aye? I just want to confirm.
Correct. Aye.
President Close.
Thank you for the comment, Board Member Swanson. That's exactly what I was thinking. You just said it better than I could have. So having said that, aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Hans, I did show how good I am with vocabulary earlier today. So understanding words and so forth.
If only we could all be as good. All right, Rachel, next up.
All right, next up, we have the Eclectic School of Arizona. The Eclectic School of Arizona has submitted a new charter application package to open Eclectic Family School, providing a model serving grades K through 12 as a statewide fully online program. However, the target population includes home-educated students with a specific focus on those without the resources, funds, or skills to do so that are seeking community and a support system. The applicant proposes an educational model based on an eclectic education, which will include core content instruction based in standards, but with flexibility in specific curricular choices. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 91.64%. However, the operational plan scored 96.43% and the business plan scored 95.56%, so both of those plans did meet the requirements. Additionally, the revised AOI package submitted by the applicant was reviewed by Rio Salado Community College and determined to meet the required criteria for approval. The applicant also participated in a capacity interview with the TRP. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be approved.
All right, thank you, Rachel. Any initial questions for Rachel from the board?
Yes, Ms. Bart, can you speak a little bit more to why that educational criteria was not met?
I can, if you give me one moment.
I have several moments.
Let me pull up their specific rubric and I can get that for you pretty quickly.
Thank you.
Hold on, there's actually quite a few meet scores in this one. Okay, it looks like the TRP desired additional information in the area of monitoring instruction in the academic systems plan, as well as some additional information around professional development to meet subgroups. Those were two, each of those had one criterion that scored and approaches. And it looks like we also had a couple of things in the instructional analysis documents. I do remember this piece. In the instructional analysis documents, I believe specifically around assessments that were dug into during the TRP's capacity interview that the applicant was able to address adequately for the TRP.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? Any other initial questions? If not, is there a representative from the applicant?
Yes. Hello. There's two
Good
of us
morning.
here
Or
today.
afternoon, I guess now.
Yes, I had prepared to say good morning, but it's good afternoon now, President Close and Vice President Montier, members of the board and charter board staff. My name is Denise Jarvis, and I will be the head of school of the proposed school. Eclectic Family School wishes to thank you and all of the individuals involved in the application process and interviews for your time and dedication to charter authorization in Arizona. Our charter is categorized as an online school serving K through 12 students, yet we aim to bring learning to students beyond the online environment. Our model combines standards-aligned academic integrity, flexible scheduling, and many points of access to engaging, interest-based activities ranging from virtual clubs to experiential field trips. It is our inclusion and utilization of the family and the local community which makes EFS truly unique and powerful. Statistics indicate that of all socioeconomic and pedagogical factors, having a caring, mentoring adult in a student's life is one of the largest contributing factors to that child's academic and overall life success. That is why EFS incorporates student specialists to come alongside highly qualified teachers to curate the best educational experience for each student. We partner with student specialists, which may be a parent or other caregiver in the child's life, to ensure that students are getting the in-person assistance that is necessary to help them be successful in a remote environment. And my colleague Jessica will be, I think, is also here. I think she'd like to introduce herself.
Yes, I am also here. Thank you. Hi, my name is Jessica Cifuentes, and I will be the assistant head of school of the proposed charter school. We believe that Eclectic Family School has the potential to initiate a ripple effect in the way that families view and do home education. Our mission and values are aligned from our eclectic educational philosophy all the way down to our budget and staffing model. The founders of this school are well in touch with the target population, being heavily involved in our local communities. We bring a combined 30 years of experience in education, from teaching to being the executive director of an online charter school. And more importantly, we have the passion, drive, and competencies to effectively launch and run Eclectic Family School. We look forward to serving the students and families of Arizona and look forward to any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
It's Ms. Barr.
Mhm. Go
Of
for it.
course, AOIs. I'm always curious how you plan on getting students in person to take the state testing. Now, I know you're working with at home, teach at home students. So I don't know the legal requirements. Are they required to take the tests as well?
They are still, and both Missy Fuentes and I have experience with another online school getting students to locations and being able to test them where they are, finding ballrooms to rent, community centers to rent, and working with sending our teachers to those locations and getting those students tested. So we have done it in the past and coordinated that effort statewide. So we are prepared to do that again.
Awesome. And then one other question, again, it is an unusual model working with homeschoolers. I certainly haven't come across my desk at all. Having taught students who are previously homeschooled, I know that there can be some kind of resistance to being part of the system, I guess, for putting it in a delicate way. How do you plan to kind of overcome that mindset of, I'm going to educate my own child, but using the resources you have available?
Yes, that's a great question, and it's very true of the community. So I appreciate the question. We have taken extensive efforts to make that really explicit in our marketing and in our onboarding process. And I will let Missy Fuentes speak to it more, because in her role as assistant head of school, she will be directly overseeing the student specialists and making sure they understand that additional requirement, right? So where our target population is focusing on families that would otherwise prefer to homeschool, but feel like they need more support, we do differentiate and make a very strong point to let them know this is different than homeschooling, right? All of our students are required to take attendance. They are required to take standardized testing. They are required to follow standards alignment and things like that in their curriculum. And so we make that really explicit and we facilitate that through our onboarding. And I'll let Ms. Fuentes speak to that a little bit more.
Thank you.
Sure. I mean, that's a great point that you raise. We find that a big part of engaging with this target population is really gathering trust, because they do like that choice element of it. So a lot of it is providing training for the student specialists. It also involves a lot of choice that we still incorporate into the model, which we feel that home educators really value, being able to have that. So it's kind of, those are some of the ways that we try to seek that population, and also providing things for them to do together. A big concern that we hear in any family, any virtual program that we see, is that question of socialization always comes up. So we are very intentional with this model of creating everything from virtual groups to in-person meetups and experiential things that kids can see each other face to face and interact with one another. So kind of putting that whole package together does look attractive to parents, and knowing that we're with them every step of the way in that process makes it a little bit more accessible to them as well. So hopefully we answered that question, but if there's any follow-up, please let us know.
Thank you.
This is Jessica. I do actually have a follow-up to that. Do you have any partnerships with any co-ops or anything like that, kind of going along with the socialization piece, that would give families just that little extra, especially if they're looking for more STEAM type education or something like that?
Yes, that is a great point. Missy Fuentes and I are both very involved in the homeschool community and know leaders of several different co-ops. We also have a beginnings of a conversation with a partnership with a company that does in-person enrichment for students that are either homeschooled or in an online school that are looking for that in-person experience. They don't provide the curriculum. That would still be, based on our students. They are enrolled with us, but we have started those conversations with a company that does that for families looking in their specific area.
Good. Thank you. Any additional questions? If there are no more questions, is there a motion?
This is Jessica. Based
Jessica.
on a review of contents of the portfolio provided for the Eclectic School of Arizona and information provided by representatives of the Eclectic School of Arizona during consideration, and given it's within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to approve the application package and grant a charter to the Eclectic School of Arizona to establish Eclectic Family School to serve grades K through 8 in year 1 with an enrollment cap of 205, grades K through 10 in year 2 with an enrollment cap of 400, and grades K through 12 in year 3 and beyond with an enrollment cap of 610.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second. This is Board Member Stratton.
Board Member Stratton, thank you for your second.
President Close, before we
yes,
call
please.
the roll, may I ask a quick question? I wasn't quick enough to unmute myself before.
Absolutely, please.
Apologies.
President Close.
Yes.
Sorry, Member Swanson, if we are already in taking a vote, we should complete the vote at this time. Unless if your question is regarding clarification on the motion.
Jim, looks like you might have been too slow.
Sorry, Jim.
Okay.
Can the motion be withdrawn? So I ask a question?
It could be, right, Ashley?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, this is Jessica. I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Do I need to withdraw the second?
I think you just did.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Jim.
Thank you, Jessica and Tim, for humoring me. And I apologize for not being quick enough on the gun to ask the question. The question really is about this, the model in general, and I want to hear from you. Is this a really innovative way to help homeschoolers? Is this being done anywhere else? This model?
That's a good question. Missy Fuentes and I were both previously involved with a charter that had elements of this, and it shared a very similar target population. I actually was before the board 2 years ago for that model, and it was very successful and had a wait list going on the whole time that I was involved with that school. We do believe that this is still a need in the area, and we actually have created some improvements on that model that we feel will even further benefit the target population. I don't believe outside of that example that there are a lot of other schools giving families the level of flexibility and partnership that we are proposing to do with this school.
Okay, I thank you for that answer, because it sounds like this would be a great thing where people are trying to do this, and then you become the back office for the family and either the micro school or whatever. So I appreciate that. And Jessica will never talk to me again if she's not allowed to resubmit her motion without having to read it. So I hope she can submit it as previously read into the record.
You know what? This is
member.
Hold on. Yeah.
This is Carlos Reese. There was it was a couple meetings ago, there was a school that was in front of us. I can't remember if it was an expansion kind of effort or what it was, but it was something similar to this, where it was online helping homeschoolers. It was a couple meetings ago.
Member Ruiz, President Close, that is accurate. And that is the school that Denise was previously affiliated with.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? If not, Jessica, would you like us to consider the motion you previously stated or read?
Yes. Would you like me to restate it?
Ashley, does Jessica need to restate it?
I'll leave that to Vicky. I'm not sure on that one.
Yes, please do, just for clarification,
Jessica.
future,
All right,
yeah.
okay.
Let's roll.
All right, Jessica.
Board Member Swanson, we'll talk after this meeting. Okay, based on a review of the contents of the portfolio provided for the Eclectic School of Arizona and the information provided by representatives of the Eclectic School of Arizona in consideration, and given it's within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to approve the application package and grant a charter to the Eclectic School of Arizona to establish Eclectic Family School to serve grades K through 8 in year 1 with an enrollment cap of 205, grades K through 10 in year 2 with an enrollment cap of 400, and grades K through 12 in year 3 and beyond with an enrollment cap of 610.
There's a motion. Board Member Stratton, would you like the second?
I will second
Okay.
for a second time.
Roll call, please.
All right. Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
Board Member Montier, thank you so much for indulging me. I apologize for all that hard work you had to go through. Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Take care. Okay, Rachel, looks like we have one more.
We do. We are at the conclusion of the Rachel show. Here we go. Valor, Arizona. Sorry, that was a joke. Valor, Arizona Education has submitted a new charter application package to open Valor Public Schools, providing a classical education model serving grades K through 12 in Phoenix. The model includes a foundation in the core disciplines and a well-rounded body of coursework, including fine arts and craftsmanship, civics and public speaking, community service, physical education, and nature studies. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 83.18%, the operational plan scored 91.07%, and the business plan scored 90%. After receiving the final scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. This applicant entity does have a member as part of its corporate structure. This member is affiliated with the charter operations of Valor Public Schools in Texas. As such, information about the performance of the Texas entity is included in Appendix C for your consideration. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be approved.
All right, thank you, Rachel. Any initial questions for Rachel?
Hi, Rachel.
I already pulled it up.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so main reasons on this one, there were some general questions in, I will say that the academic systems plan, which is curriculum assessment, monitoring, professional development, scored a 20 out of 20. So this applicant did provide complete academic systems. However, the TRP did have a few questions around the target population and program of instruction at the conclusion of their initial review. As well as quite a few questions just around some clarification in the program of instruction as it related to remediation and some other pieces regarding adopting curriculum. The main concern of the TRP on this one that's outlined both in the recommendation report and in the rubric has to do with the additional member that I referenced in my introduction and what that's going to look like from a decision-making and transparency perspective once this application is approved. Finally, there was a facilities question and a handful of questions around the budget in the final rubric as well that I'm sure the applicant will be well prepared to address if you have questions for them about that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other initial questions for Rachel? If not, is there a representative from the applicant for the applicant?
Yes.
Good morning, or afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you to President Close, to board members here, and to the staff of the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools, and also to the TRP. My name is Jesse Bates, and I am the Chief Operating Officer of Valor Education, and I served as the authorized representative on this application. I'm also joined here by Stephen Gordon, who is one of the board members of Valor Arizona Education. He also currently serves right now as the superintendent for our schools in Texas. Our proposed Valor Charter School seeks to increase parental choice by creating a new classical school option for students from diverse backgrounds in Phoenix, specifically in the Deer Valley and North Peoria areas. In close partnership with parents, Valor's mission is to educate the whole person and prepare students for college, career, and a full human life. We seek to cultivate wisdom in our students through a rich curriculum and develop virtues in them such as perseverance, courage, and gratitude. Using Socratic inquiry-based teaching methods, we draw students deeper into their learning by creating opportunities for them to wonder at the natural world. Through comprehensive coverage of the Arizona State standards, the Valor Education will prepare students to excel in college studies, embark upon a meaningful career, and live lives of purpose, ultimately in service to others. Valor's unique program combines the best of classical education with proven components that are contemporary in pedagogy, data-driven instruction, and student support systems. A Valor Education is both timeless and it's timely. It speaks to what our students, our communities, and our country need in order to restore civic discourse and enable communities to flourish. Through our written application and our interview, as well as today, we hope to give you a great window into who we are and what inspires us. And so I'll say three things about that. First and foremost, we're a team that's committed to integrity, to transparency, and accountability in everything that we do. And our board and our team, as you may have read in the application, brings a wide range of experience, including K-12 teaching experience, which is really the heart of who we are. We're teachers, but also charter school leadership, district leadership, business ownership, law, and higher education experience. Second, we have a demonstrated track record of success in opening high-quality classical charter schools in both Phoenix and in Texas. We have very high family satisfaction rates in our existing schools and full enrollment with wait lists that are almost as many students as are currently enrolled. We also have A ratings in academics and financial management from the state of Texas for our Texas schools. So our schools have been really well received in recent years. And through this experience, our team has developed the capacity that's necessary to launch a strong charter school in Phoenix. Finally, and third, we have a deep love for students and a desire to provide students of all backgrounds an outstanding high-quality education that might not otherwise be available to them. So in closing, we're humbled by this opportunity to partner with the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools. We look forward to learning from the many state and local leaders already doing great things in Arizona and ultimately serving students in Phoenix with your support. Thank you.
President Close, may I ask a question? Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry, Stephanie.
Certainly, please.
Just quick question for you about RTI services. I know that was something that came up. Can you talk me through what your plan is as far as RTI goes and looking at student screening and assessing to ensure that all students, including those who have potential for needing ESS services, are addressed?
Yes, absolutely. And Steve, if you're on as well, I think that might be a great question for you to take.
Great. Can you guys hear me okay? Hi,
Yeah.
Steve Gordon here. Thank you again for the opportunity to be with you. Yeah, we're definitely absolutely committed to meeting the needs of all students, including students with disabilities. And this is something we're very intimately familiar with our just running our current school. So having someone who designated on each campus to be a RTI coordinator is a key factor, and then having just systems in place for teachers and parents to bring to the attention of the coordinator and school leadership those students who are having struggles, so they can be officially put into the RTI program, have certain assistances and supports put in place temporarily and monitored, and then obviously meeting at certain intervals to determine, are those kind of lower level supports or interventions effective, or do we need to escalate things and potentially, I guess at the highest level would be that could lead to request for evaluation or just a group decision that would happen. But it's something we're very familiar with and very committed to, not just because we have to as a public charter school, but because we really are committed to meeting the needs of all students. We feel like this type of education is the best type of education for all students.
Okay. Jessica, is that good?
Yes, and I do believe that I jumped in front of Ms. Barr, so I apologize, Ms. Barr.
As well you should. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just kidding.
I'm just gonna go with board member Swanson, or was it Swanson? I think, no? Yeah. Jim, I'll go sit with Jim. That'll be fine.
You done? All right, thank you. Hi, Mr. Bates. Thank you for being here, and Mr. Gordon. I just have a couple of questions. Rachel did mention some discrepancy with a board member. I was wondering if you could speak to that, please.
Yes. Was that regarding, let's see, I don't see Rachel on here. Oh, there's Rachel.
I'm here, Jesse.
Regarding the board structure or a particular board member?
I think specifically what is being referenced here is the TRP's references to Valor Arizona Education has 4 identified members on its board, directors on its board, but then it also has Valor Education Foundation as a sole member in the Articles of Incorporation. So I think that's what we're asking for you to speak to.
Got it. Great. Yeah. So there's a sole corporate member called Valor Education Foundation, which is a board that's related to the board of our Valor Arizona Education Board. So when she says member, that's not really referring to a person, but to a corporate relationship. We've been kind of in conversation with board staff throughout the process about this, including providing some additional follow-up information that kind of expanded the scope of what they were looking at. So obviously we have 4 board members, of which Steve Gordon is one of them, on our Valor Arizona board. We also have another board, Valor Education Foundation, which has a relationship to the Arizona board. And I'm one of the board members on that board as well. So think of that as sort of a board that encompasses our activity in Arizona and elsewhere. Whereas the Valor Arizona board is dedicated to ensuring the success of this one school if it is approved. I'm happy to go into more detail if you'd like.
So one of the board member seats is filled by a corporate entity. Is that kind of what I'm hearing? I'm sorry, I'm not.
That's okay. It's not a board member seat. It's a corporate structure. So it's called there's a sole single member corporation. So in other words, the member is the parent entity and the child, so to speak, is the Valor Arizona Education nonprofit corporation. Both of them are nonprofit corporations, just to be clear. We've provided kind of 2 different levels now of information about the Arizona board as well as Valor Education Foundation, which is the second board.
Okay. Rachel, is that...
That is this gets into like corporate law, which is definitely not my area of expertise. But as I understand it, so Valor Arizona Education on the Corporation Commission has 4 listed folks. So please hold. That is going to include Steve Gordon, who is here with us today, Catherine Sarbacher, Thomas Shea, who are both local to Arizona, and then David Williams, who is part of the Valor Texas group. They comprise this kind of a board of directors for this local entity. However, in the articles of incorporation that were provided, there is also what is considered to be a sole a member of this corporation, which is Valor Education Foundation. And there are certain duties and responsibilities and decision-making powers that are granted to Valor Education Foundation in those articles of incorporation. As such, the TRP had concerns. They expressed those concerns to me, and in the rubric that was provided in the final submission. As a result, we requested the bylaws for Valor Education Foundation, as well as information about who comprises that entity. It was found that that entity is comprised of, and Jesse, correct me if I am incorrect, I believe it is Mr. Gordon, Mr. Williams, and no, wait, Mr. Hill, Mr. Bates, and Jesse, who's the third person?
Mr. Williams. So the
Mr.
president of
Williams.
the Minnesota board is also the president of this other board.
Okay, so the only unknown human, I'm going to use that word because it's clarifying, is Mr. Hill, and they did provide us the additional documentation for Mr. Hill so we could take him through our normal vetting process.
Okay.
I'm sure that's clear as mud, and this is not my area of expertise, but based on everything that I know to be true, we do have charter operators in our portfolio currently that have some similar structures in place.
Okay, I guess that was my big question was, is this a new and unusual factor? Are we good? Okay, thank you. And you knew I was going to ask this question, so I'd love to hear you speak to it. You know, Phoenix already has a fairly well-established classical charter schools, Great Heart. So how is Valor different from what we've already seen here in Phoenix?
Sure. Jesse, would you like me to start with that one?
Sure.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for asking. And the way I look at it too, just in terms of classical education, just like you would look at Montessori or Waldorf or STEAM or different types of education, we definitely view ourselves as part of a larger movement of classical education, which you see all over the country in a lot of different schools of different kinds who would call themselves classical. So I think on the one hand, we're operating within that context, but we also know that there's many different brands and emphases within that. And so we see ourselves as part of that, but also having our own distinctive aspect. And I would say also that classical education doesn't fully exhaust who we are, though it is a big part of our identity. Some of the things I think about, though, in terms of differentiators from other classical schools, including, say, someone like Great Hearts, would be one of the things that we've really tried to emphasize on the program level is an experiential educational component. So a couple examples of that you'd see in our application model are one program we call our human encounter program, which is a service-based learning program, which involves a lot of integrated experiences that students will have throughout their time at Valor. And that includes service to different populations, the homeless, the disabled, the elderly. It also includes encounters beyond just direct service to people, such as visiting sustainable farms and encounters with the natural world that would be part of it too. We also have a garden-based education program that we really, that's kind of foundation to our model, where every school will have a school garden, but that will also be deeply integrated into the curriculum too, with our nature study in the lower grades, and a club and other opportunities to integrate it in the curriculum. And then a third example of that experiential component is wilderness expeditions that we have as a key experience for our high school students that we'll be implementing. So that's one example from a programmatic level of differences. There are definitely others. I would say model-wise, in upper elementary, we have more of a semi-departmentalized model as opposed to just a homeroom teacher model, where there's specialization that starts a little bit earlier. So that's another thing from a program perspective. We also have a unified K through 12 school, including one headmaster, whereas in other classical schools, that's different with a kind of lower and upper separate. But so those are a few of the things. I mean, there's a lot more I would say, and I think a lot comes down to nuances of leadership and culture that you would see if you go to a school, but hopefully that's a good starting point for you.
Yep. Thanks. I just, knowing your guys' background and where I am, I had to ask.
Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, definitely have heard that question before too.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Any other questions from the board? Make sure I'm not on mute still. Okay. There are no more questions. Is there a motion?
This is Jessica. Based upon a review of the contents of the portfolio provided for Valor Arizona Education and the information provided by representatives of Valor Arizona Education during consideration, and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I am to approve the application package and grant a charter to Valor Arizona Education to establish Valor Public Schools to serve grades K through 8 in year 1 with an enrollment cap of 606, grades K through 9 in year 2 with an enrollment cap of 761, grades K through 10 in year 3 with an enrollment cap of 1,125, and grades K through 12 in year 4 and beyond with an enrollment cap of 1,125.
Thank you, Jessica. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Board Member Stratton seconds. Roll call, please.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Good. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate your time.
And Rachel, I think that wraps it up for you, right?
It does. Thank you.
Good job, Rachel.
Yeah, excellent job as always. And so, Ashley, we need to go into executive session. Is that correct?
Yes, to seek legal advice.
To seek legal advice. So, should I go ahead and make that motion? Ashley, is that good?
You may.
I move to enter into executive session for purpose of receiving legal advice from the board's attorney and for discussion or consultation with the board's attorney in order to consider the board's position and instruct its attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement discussions with Pinnacle Education Keno Incorporated.
This is Jessica. I second.
Okay. Roll call.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Excuse me. Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
Aye.
Sorry, Mr. Swanson. Okay. President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And board
All right,
members,
how do we do this?
Dan will put us into a separate executive session, so it'll just be board members and specific board staff and our attorney in that discussion.
Okay.
So hold on.
I'm opening the room right now. It should send you all automatically there.
Before we start, Erin, I just want to make sure you're there. Erin, are you there?
Yeah, sorry about that. I wasn't sure. I missed the first part.
No, you're good. I just want to make sure you're there as we just got back from executive session. Okay. Can you go ahead and do we need to do a rule? Sorry, Vicky, my brain shot.
Yes, let's do to make sure everyone is back.
Okay.
Absolutely. President Close. President Close.
Here.
Okay. Vice President Montier.
Here.
Superintendent Hoffman. Mr. Chimoni. Ms. Barr.
Here.
Dr. Crockett.
Here.
Ms. Foster.
Here.
Mr. Ruiz.
Here.
Mr. Stratton.
Here.
Mr. Swanson.
Present.
President Close, you have a quorum.
Okay, Ashley. Well, we just discussed it pretty well. Jessica, do you want to make a motion?
I would like to, thank you. I move to approve the board's attorney to enter into discussion with Pinnacle Education Keno pursuant the board's instructions in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second, Carol Crockett.
Dr. Crockett, seconds. Roll call, please.
Vice President Montier.
Aye.
Ms. Barr.
Aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Ms. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Stratton.
I will abstain since I dropped out during executive session.
Mr. Swanson.
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes by majority.
Very good. All right, Ashley, anything else? We got item L.
No, but congratulations on conducting your first meeting, President Close.
Thank you. It's
job.
pretty, I think it was impressive how much work got done when I was mute half the time, it seemed.
Yes.
President
The mute button
Close?
is tough.
Can,
The only other thing is that our next board meeting is January 9th, and that will still be virtual. We are still building out our new boardroom, and construction is still being had. So it will not be done by January 9th at this time.
But there are
So
plans for it to be completed, huh?
there are plans. Yeah, we still, I think, we're not getting doors until like March or April, but other than that, things are happening.
President Close?
Yes. Board Member
Ashley,
Swanson.
may I say a couple things? Said
Please.
aloud. Great job, Hans. I would like to just get on the public record my heartfelt thanks to Superintendent Hoffman for all the work she's done in her 4 years as superintendent. She took a very measured, serious look at what the work we do, and she was helpful 100% of the time. And I will wish her the best as she goes forward, assuming the recount goes the way it probably will. So I just want to thank Kathy for the record.
Thank you for putting that on the record.
And I have one more thing that I'd like to say.
One more or two?
I'm so sorry. We had a bunch of AOIs today, and
yes,
I still am, don't know how kids are going to do in AOIs, and I don't know how we can put staff or somebody on a project to see how we're doing and whether we should have a more measured approach to AOIs until we know more. And so I'd like that to be a discussion item, and maybe Ashley, you could report back to us at the next meeting on some thoughts.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good idea, Jim. All right. If that's it, are we adjourned? Is that it, Ashley?
That is it.
All right. Thank you all. Happy holidays. We're adjourned.
Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Thank you.
Guys, Merry Christmas.
Holidays.
Happy New Year.
Happy holidays.
Holidays.